What's good, everybody? Oh man, so I'm not on a microphone. I gotta let this computer cool down. That's the title of the show. Title of this chit chat. Actually, the show's gonna go deeper than that. The show is actually gonna get into a lot of the recaps, a lot of what we already spoke about already. We're gonna get into we're gonna just go ahead and just review what has already been done. Okay. Now I'm be honest with you. Since I've been working, I have not opened my book to write. But I do remember everything, so I have to make a new section because I have the way I have my planner set up is I have the calendar with no dates on it, nothing on it. I have to fill everything out, and I think that's the best type of planner. I found this at no, I bought it at what was that store? Was it, I want to say Staples? No, Office Max. It wasn't Staples because I would have went crazy if I was in Staples. Staples got the best pens. I was in Office Max. Office Max has great journals and notebooks and stuff like that. Staples is everything. I love everything in Staples. That's another. And then if we talk about Michaels, I'm going to go fucking gung-ho on Michaels. So I was in Office Max and I bought this planner. So it doesn't have any dates. It doesn't have any the month or nothing. So I have to fill everything out. So at the top of the dates that I fill in, like say I put the 10th to the 17th or something, I'll put what actually happened at the bottom. I have it boxed out in red, outlined in red, and I'll put the same dates at the bottom, what I plan to do. So the red is what I plan to do. So I go by what I did do from what I plan to do, and that's how I mark it off. I'm a highlighter girl, so I got my highlighters, my different color highlighters and stuff like that. So we're definitely going to do that. But I want to first get into the divester, right? But the way I'm going to do it is we're going to start with, okay, this is going to sound a little strange what I'm doing, but just fill me out for a minute. We are going to start with the dark psychology of Donald Trump, okay? All right. Let me find it first. Okay, let me just go ahead and present it, but y'all can see what I'm doing. So it won't look like I'm being like lollygagging. Hold on, y'all. Remember the dark psychology of Donald Trump? It was inside of a playlist. Am I not spelling something right? Where did it go? Is it hidden? I guess it'll be hard to find. Let me see. Do y'all remember when we did the dark psychology of Trump? Let me go back in my history because I didn't erase my history. That's the mass psychology of Trump. I'm trying to see. I think it was Audiobook Vision that had the playlist, right? Let's look. $12 books, $10, dark psychology audiobook. Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm telling you, I think it's in this playlist. Yeah, see, this is it because it's in my library. It's in this playlist. Give me a moment, y'all, because I don't have my mouse in. They have the auto hypnosis. I have, oh, there it is. There we go. Found the scroll button. I don't know why it'd be so hard to find these scroll buttons now. All right. Okay. I hope they did not take it down. One second as I look along. That's the seduction. Because I remember he's like on the cover. Boom. Of course, written by Mr. Neil Brighton himself. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to start this with I found it. With this, and then I'm going to go into what I have to talk about.
Welcome back to Audiobook Vision. If you love exploring the depths of psychology and uncovering the secrets of the mind, you're in the right place. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share to support the channel. Let's dive in. Prepare yourself for an eye-opening journey. The Trump phenomenon, psychological tactics, and the rise to power in modern America isn't merely the story of a man. It's a look into the heart of a divided, complex nation. How did Donald J. Trump, a billionaire real estate mogul and television icon with no political experience, tap so profoundly into America's hopes, fears, and frustrations that he forever reshaped its political landscape? How did he, seemingly against all odds, build a movement that captured the loyalty of millions? This book digs deeper than headlines or campaign slogans to reveal the psychological strategies behind Trump's meteoric rise.
Want to become a certified project manager but aren't sure about the skills you need? The PMP certification prep course on Udemy is just the thing. Learn the basics of project management and get yourself ready for the PMP certification exam. With anytime access,
it explores how he commanded media attention, wielded polarizing language, and tapped into the desires of his audience with unfiltered rhetoric that promised change. Trump didn't just use the traditional tools of politics. He created an entirely new playbook, drawing on the raw power of human psychology to connect with, and sometimes divide, the nation. As you turn each page, you'll uncover the intricate ways Trump's rise reflects not only his ambitions, but the soul of a country wrestling with profound challenges. This is not merely a study of policies or persona, but an exploration of influence itself. What does it mean to harness the power of persuasion? How can leaders inspire, divide, and even transform society? Here, you'll gain insight into the powerful psychology that fuels modern leadership, how emotions shape movements, how leaders speak directly to our core fears and dreams, and how political influence can reach far beyond policies and speeches. The Trump phenomenon invites you to look beyond politics, exploring the deep, often controversial tactics Trump used to ignite a fervent following. From his media magnetism to his unique brand, Trump's rise wasn't an accident. It was a carefully crafted appeal to a nation in flux. At a time of economic struggles, social tensions, and political disillusionment, he didn't just resonate with Americans. He echoed their voices, giving voice to those who felt unseen. Prepare to delve into the psychological arsenal behind this unprecedented movement. Through this book, you'll explore the complex blend of psychology, media strategy, and socio-political insight that created one of the most polarizing figures in modern American history. This is an invitation to understand not just Trump, but the power of influence that shapes our world today. Chapter 1: The Foundations of Influence. Trump's early years and psychological insight. Donald Trump's ascent to political power didn't happen by chance. Instead, it was the culmination of years of psychological conditioning and experiential learning. stretching back to his formative years under the influence of his father, Fred Trump, and the bustling, high-stakes world of New York real estate. To understand Trump's unique brand of influence, we must first examine the early years that shaped his approach to life, business, and eventually politics. Fred Trump, a self-made real estate mogul, was Donald's first and most influential teacher. From an early age, Fred ingrained in Donald the belief that life is a battleground where only the strong survive. Strength, confidence, and relentless ambition weren't just encouraged, they were demanded. Fred instilled in his son the idea that to succeed, one must not only project an image of authority, but also
this is the same thing as the divested Black woman. She's given a platform of a voice for the Black women who could not say what they felt out loud without being shunned, without being laughed at, while being disrespected. And that's what that's why the divested zealot Black women, this is why their movement, because it's a movement, and I mark my words on this, is picking up, and it's picking up slowly.
So ensure that image aligns with reality. There could be no room for vulnerability or self-doubt. As Donald grew, these lessons would form the cornerstone of his worldview, driving him toward a public persona that emphasized control, charisma, and command. The military academy years, learning discipline and dominance. When he was a teenager, Donald Trump's parents decided he needed more discipline, leading them to enroll him at the New York Military Academy. This environment was far removed from the comforts of home and placed intense demands on its students, requiring self-control, obedience, and, above all, the ability to establish and maintain dominance.
This is where it gets a bit at levels when it comes to the divested Black woman. The divested Black woman has different levels of how she's grown up. So you may have the divested Black woman who she may have grown up in that suburban non-Black lifestyle, right? And then she gets older, she gets into college, she gets into her life, and then she gets around Black people and she tries to be a part of them to realize how fucked up Black culture is, or she just can't connect with Black culture. You have the one who, the divested Black woman, who is the one who comes from the hood. But most of the time, that's your alternative Black woman. Because even the one who grows up in non-Black, she's still an alternative Black woman, right? And then you have the ones who grew up in the hood, who wised up, who's experienced it, who's lived it, who wises up, and then she divests. That one right there, to me, and next to the Black alternative woman, the ones who come from the hood that divest, to me, are the most strongest ones. That's a lot for her to make that decision while coming from that for majority of her life. Then I have noticed that depending on the generation, you have the Gen X, the boomer divested Black woman, who was way before her time. And like I said, most of the time she was an alternative Black woman. But I'm noticing that these quality of divested Black women, or the zealot divested Black women, these are very prestigious Black women. They come from being doctors. They work in these big careers and everything like that. Sort of what you hear with Donald Trump, you know what I'm saying, with his daddy and what they have come from. I never hear any divested talk too much about their fathers, never. But they will talk about their moms. They will talk about their mothers.
At the academy, young Donald learned to channel his natural assertiveness into a tool for leadership. He realized that a strong leader doesn't merely command. They inspire confidence and command respect. His time at the academy reinforced his competitive nature and desire to win. The structured environment emphasized discipline and resilience, qualities he would carry into his future endeavors. The academy also fed his desire to stand out, encouraging a bold approach to life. Here, Donald learned to establish himself as an alpha presence, a valuable lesson in a setting where social hierarchy and influence mattered as much as academic achievement. The real estate realm, shaping an image and building influence. After his military academy years, Donald entered the world of New York real estate under Fred Trump's guidance. The New York real estate scene of the 1970s and 1980s was as ruthless as it was prestigious, and for Donald, this environment was an ideal training ground. He quickly understood that to succeed in this arena, image was everything. The public needed to see him not only as a successful developer, but as a bold, daring figure willing to take risks that others would shy away from. Fred taught Donald that negotiation wasn't merely about numbers, but about reading people, asserting power, and projecting an unshakable sense of confidence.
Your future is at your fingertips.
I want to tell you.
Take advantage of the flexibility.
From him,
I'm gonna tell you something. There is an infiltration that has to happen in order to gather information. And it doesn't seem like an infiltration, but there's an infiltration. The biggest secret to the zealot divestors is a lot of them were trolls. A lot of them were trolls. So they know, and they, the queen of it, she has years on her. So she had a lot of years to troll, okay, and be in these spaces. I have infiltrated on apps and been in spaces and have studied and have written things down and journaled and stuff like that from what I've seen. Okay. Another thing, don't think from just listening to this, Donald Trump is definitely somebody who has been in spaces with people, more than likely with people you probably won't believe that he has been around, because that's the only way he was going to get to know and understand life and people. There's a reason Donald Trump, he had to be listening to something. He had to be watching something, because for him to, the first thing he does is this immigration deportation, going even against the 14th Amendment, going even to take away Black History Month, doing what he did with the trans and women's sports. He did listen to the voice of the people. That is very true. Okay. But how was he able to even know the voice of the people? He had to be around it. He had to pay attention to it. Donald Trump is still from New York City, so he knows the game of the immigration and the immigrants. But see, something tells me he had to go in those spaces or listen or ear hustle or something to know what those of us, I guess you would say, at the bottom of the pyramid was going through with the whole immigration situation. Now, that ties into how the zealot divestors, or the divested Black woman, was in these spaces for a long time before she came out and spoke up the way that she did. She was there when all the males were sitting there rambling on and saying the most horrible stuff that they can say, and was sitting back and watching how the women were not responding and how the women were arguing. And then when they did respond, before they got everything they needed to gather together to come out and hit hard the way that they did.
Donald learned to use the media as a tool for promoting his projects and, importantly, his name. Donald recognized that cultivating a memorable public image was critical, not just in real estate, but in any field he wished to dominate. With each building project, press release, and high-profile event, Donald refined his skills in self-promotion. He mastered the art of persuasion, shaping perceptions to align with his goals. In this realm, he realized that power wasn't merely held by those who possessed wealth, but by those who could convince others of their value and vision, crafting a persona of wealth and success. As Donald Trump continued to navigate his real estate career, he encountered financial ups and downs. Yet, he had learned the art of projecting an image of success even during difficult times. By maintaining an aura of wealth, he created an almost mythical status around his brand. This brand, built on luxury, confidence, and audacity, became a powerful influence, allowing him to secure deals, attract investors, and later, build a political platform that resonated with those seeking strength and certainty. Even as he faced financial setbacks, Trump continued to cultivate an image of power and prosperity, often using the media to his advantage. His public persona became synonymous with the American dream, promising that boldness and determination could overcome any obstacle. This projection of resilience and success became his defining characteristic, and as he expanded into the world of celebrity through his appearances and television presence, it was clear that he was laying the groundwork for something much larger. Psychological foundations, understanding influence and the power of perception. To grasp Trump's approach to influence, it's essential to consider the psychological framework he built around his early experiences. Trump didn't merely want to be seen as a businessman. He wanted to be an emblem of success, confidence, and authority.
Success is the biggest thing with all divestors. The zealot divestors have a panel of well-off Black women, anesthesiologists, like I said, nurses, doctors. Some of them don't even say the career that they have. They have great careers. These women have great, successful careers. They have careers that is seen in the because you can be, you could be a nurse, but you can be like when you're a registered nurse, and there's different levels of being a nurse too. But they have these type of careers that is seen as prestigious in the Black community. Do you understand that? So psychologically, what they did is, I'm not going to have you see me sip wine and talk to you about my degrees and be on YouTube all day. I'm not going to sit here and have all this money, or so-called make it look like I have all this money, while also building these programs and stuff for you. No, I am doing this very career that I have went to school for, that I got my degree in. So that was another psychological thing that they do, or they done, well, you can say are doing, because now it looks for the young Black woman, or for the young divested Black woman, oh wow, these women are something in life. There's something in this world, so they are worth listening to.
His background and experiences taught him that influence is, at its core, about perception. If others perceive you as powerful, you hold power over them. This idea, deeply rooted in Trump's psyche, became the foundation of his strategies both in business and later in politics. Trump understood that people are drawn to certainty. In a world where many feel powerless or uncertain, Trump's ability to project confidence attracted followers who wanted to believe in a figure of strength and decisiveness. His early years, marked by Fred's demanding influence and the competitive atmosphere of New York real estate.
There's a gap between.
Equipped him with the tools to not only establish his brand, but to wield it in a way that resonated deeply with his audience. The beginning of a larger narrative, the stage for Trump's journey, illustrating the pivotal moments and lessons that would shape his approach to influence and power. From his father's unyielding teachings to his time at the military academy and his early career in real estate, each experience was a building block in a carefully constructed image of authority and dominance. These foundational years reveal the psychological bedrock upon which Donald Trump built his brand. His story isn't just one of business and ambition. It's a narrative of calculated influence, where each choice was made to enhance a public persona that would later define his approach to politics and leadership. Understanding Trump's early years provides a lens through which we can explore his strategies, motives, and the psychological factors that would propel him to become one of the most influential figures in modern history. Chapter 2: America in Crisis. The fertile ground for radical change. As Donald Trump prepared to enter the political arena, the United States was a nation in turmoil. The American people were grappling with a sense of disillusionment that had been building for decades, but was compounded by recent crises.
Black women who was in a crisis in dealing with disillusionment. The Black woman was, especially if we're dealing with a Gen Z and the boomer divested Black woman, she was just looking the worst out here because of Black males. And if anybody, as myself, would see, would like, we have known some beautiful Black women who have been fucked up because of she ended up on drugs, you know, or abandoned or whatever. And we had to watch that downfall in our face, you know. It was on public TV, and I can go on and on and on. The Black woman was Black woman crisis. And honestly, the Black woman is still in a crisis. But see, also what the divested Black woman saw, the zealot divested Black woman, because I think the zealot divested Black woman is a different breed. What she analyzed is like, wait a fucking minute. We got bitches writing books telling men, you know, the Black Woman's Guide, you know, there's a book telling men to slap women in their mouths. And it was just like a mammy manual to tell Black women to bow down to these Black men in their fucking debauchery. And so this is a part of what is the motivation of why the divested Black women have decided to even come at the mammy the most out of anybody and do the things that they do in the way that they do it and run their panels the way that they do it, because they have watched how the mammy is the most dangerous of them all. It wasn't even just, she realized it's not even just the Black male that's the issue. Issue got their mammies, that's the issue. So she saw the core problem in the crisis of the Black woman.
The Great Recession of 2008 had left deep scars on the economy, fracturing the financial security of millions and shaking their confidence in government and traditional institutions. Issues like economic inequality, job insecurity, and mistrust of the political elite had boiled over into frustration, creating fertile ground for a non-traditional leader who could channel this discontent into action. In the years leading up to Trump's presidential bid, it was clear that a large portion of Americans felt marginalized. For many, the American dream had become a distant hope rather than a promise of prosperity. Despite years of political promises, wages remained stagnant, good jobs were elusive, and economic mobility seemed out of reach. Rising inequality deepened the chasm between everyday Americans and the country's wealthiest elite, fueling a feeling of betrayal. Trump entered the scene with a message of defiance against the establishment, positioning himself as the outsider who would take on Washington's elite. Unlike polished politicians, he presented himself as an unfiltered, unapologetic businessman who wasn't afraid to criticize a system he argued had failed its people. His bold rhetoric tapped into a well of frustration, awakening a desire for a figure who would stand up to those perceived as the enemies of the common American. Economic desperation and political alienation.
Meet Everant, a world of stories and knowledge designed for you. Discover more at
The 2008 financial crisis was a watershed moment that underscored deep flaws in America's economic system. Millions of Americans lost their jobs, homes, and savings, and the subsequent recovery felt uneven. While Wall Street rebounded, Main Street struggled, with entire communities left in economic ruin. Traditional politicians appeared powerless to reverse the trend, and many Americans felt that Washington's focus on corporate bailouts had neglected the needs of everyday citizens. This economic frustration grew into political alienation. Americans on both sides of the political spectrum began to feel that the government no longer represented them. Terms like establishment and elite took on new meaning as symbols of a distant, uncaring bureaucracy. In Trump, many saw a figure who could shake up this status quo. His promise to drain the swamp resonated, as he cast himself as a warrior against the entrenched interests of the political class. Cultural and demographic shifts, a nation in flux. Amid this economic tension, America was also undergoing rapid cultural and demographic changes. Immigration had significantly altered the face of the nation, with new cultural influences challenging traditional American norms. For many, this shift led to a sense of displacement, as familiar landscapes and values seemed to give way to a more multicultural, diverse society. This demographic shift sparked feelings of alienation among some Americans who felt their way of life was being replaced or diminished. Trump seized upon these sentiments, advocating for policies that
Neil Brighton, you good. You good, bro. You a good ass writer. You getting up in the list up there with the Stephen Kings and Shonda Rhimes are writing for me up there, like as one of my favorite writers. You getting up there. Like, yeah, you might be there already. All right, listen to that. This is the very same thing for the alternative Black woman, the divested Black woman. Her voice became small. There was no hearing out what she was truly saying, because even the divested Black woman said, hey, if you want to defeat these people, white supremacy, we have to do it economically. Hey, I watch what the other cultures do. Maybe we should do the same thing as Black people. Hey, I have this Caribbean in my family, or I am, Caribbean, whatever. And this is what I see the people do. But this is what I see that with fails with the Black Caribbean family too. Her voice was just so small in such a crowded room. Our voices were small. The coon train is coming, would play on you and this, that, and the third. When you mentioned about the violence and everything that was happening in the community, your voice became small. And this is this very exact thing that happened to the divested Black woman. This is why you can understand where the divested Black woman would connect with and vote for Donald Trump.
Promised to restore American values and stem the tide of change that left some Americans feeling uncertain and uncomfortable. He offered reassurance to those who believed their culture and identity were under siege, positioning himself as the defender of their way of life. His stance on immigration became one of the cornerstones of his platform, framed as a means of protecting not only American jobs, but the very fabric of American society. Racial tensions, too, were on the rise, highlighted by protests and heated debates over law enforcement, civil rights, and social justice. These issues added another layer of division within the country. Trump's unfiltered comments often polarized people, but they also resonated with those who felt uncomfortable with what they saw as an erosion of law and order. For them, Trump's promises to restore greatness and strength became a rallying call. Globalization and trade, losing faith in the American dream. Economic globalization had reshaped industries and job markets across the United States, leaving many Americans questioning their place in a rapidly changing world. Manufacturing jobs once central to the American economy had been outsourced to other countries, leading to significant job losses and the decline of entire communities. Rust Belt towns that once thrived on steel, auto, and other manufacturing industries became symbols of this economic shift, embodying the economic insecurity felt by millions. Trump's message was clear and simple. America was losing because of bad deals and unpatriotic leaders. He promised to bring jobs back and renegotiate trade agreements in favor of American workers. His blunt, straightforward language cut through the complex language of economic policy, offering a vision of prosperity for communities that felt forgotten. For those left behind by globalization, Trump's rhetoric provided hope for a return to a stronger, more self-sufficient America. Trump's rhetoric, speaking to the forgotten man through slogans like "Make America Great Again" and "America First," Trump managed to reach Americans who felt invisible within the political system.
The divested Black woman, very invisible in the Black community. Very invisible, period, in her thoughts and the intellectual things that she would say. The divested Black woman is damn near alone in the world that she lives in. You know, I'm lucky to, I've crossed paths with other Black alternative women, right? And these Black women, right, they have expressed to me, and they're dark-skinned women too, you know, hey, I love going to these events, but it would be nice to see another Black woman there. And I understand that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, at first I'll be like, well, you shouldn't really care about who's there. You should just enjoy the environment, this and that. But I'm starting to come to understand, oh, I understand, because there are places where they don't get to see Black women or people of color in these certain type of spaces, such as the heavy metal or the rock scene. You know what I'm saying? You're more likely to see people of color in the punk rock scene than the heavy metal scene, you know? So besides that, these are the women who were alone in our own neighborhoods, especially if we did live in the hood. You know what I'm saying? We dress different, we look different than everybody else, and we had to walk past all those people and ignore them. Some of us had to just put on headphones and just walk straight with our hoodies on, you know, or shades or whatever, just to ignore everybody when we walked out that door. And so, yeah, you know, our voices. So it had to be them coming out now to speak, to secretly gather other women. You know what I'm saying? And it did come out in very comedy. You know, it was comedy, but it was a very dark comedy before it got serious. Do you understand? Because you look at Trump, Trump was taken as a joke. People laughed at Trump. People was like, this man ain't gonna be no goddamn president. And now everybody's taking him serious.
He spoke directly to those who felt ignored by coastal elites, disrespected by politicians, and demeaned by cultural changes they felt powerless to stop.
The Zealot Divested gave women a voice in the beginning to express what they were going through with these Black males, how they felt about themselves because of what the manosphere and all these places that was saying what they said about Black women, and how it was really breaking them down, and how they even wanted to take themselves out, how worthless they begin to feel because of what these Black males were saying. So these women got, and they still get to express their voices of, this is what this has done to me, my self-esteem, my self-worth. This is the embarrassments and the shame, and I regret this, and I never liked Black males. There's a lot of women that feel like that. I never liked the dark-skinned Black male, and this, that, and the third. So her voice began to get heard in these platforms and in these spaces.
For many, these slogans evoked a sense of nostalgia and pride, a longing for a time when they felt their values and way of life were secure. Trump's rhetoric was distinct from that of traditional politicians. He didn't rely on lofty promises or elaborate policy plans. Instead, he tapped into emotion, giving voice to anger and frustration that had been simmering for years. His speeches were peppered with themes of pride, strength, and reclamation, framing himself as the champion of the forgotten man who would give voice to the concerns of those left behind, building an emotional connection with voters. Unlike candidates who relied on facts and figures, Trump built his appeal through emotional resonance. He established a bond with his supporters, cultivating a following that believed in his vision of a restored America. His messages painted him as a leader who understood the struggles of working Americans, who had been hardened by the same challenges they faced, even as he stood apart as a wealthy businessman. He didn't position himself as an idealist or an intellectual, but as a realist who would call out America's enemies and stand up for its people. For many, Trump's appeal went beyond policy. He represented a chance to push back against a system that had ignored them for too long. He promised a return to strength, simplicity, and certainty in a world they felt had grown too complex and chaotic. His directness and apparent disregard for political correctness conveyed authenticity to his followers. This emotional connection became the bedrock of his influence, transforming him from a mere candidate to a movement that promised change.
Uh-oh.
I'm a software engineer at Amazon, and I learned how to code on Udemy.
The perfect storm for a populist leader. As we look back on this chapter in America's history, it becomes clear that Donald Trump's rise was not an isolated phenomenon, but a product of a larger cultural and economic crisis. The years leading up to his presidential bid had eroded public trust in institutions, heightened social divides, and fostered a sense of helplessness. Trump recognized the unique opportunity these conditions presented. He positioned himself as the antidote to an establishment that had lost touch with the American people, using a language of power and self-confidence to captivate those who felt forgotten. In an America marked by economic insecurity, cultural tension, and deep-seated anger, Trump's message struck a powerful chord.
And that is exactly what the divested Black woman did. The zealot divestors. What they did is they really studied and they knew, okay? They said, you know what? We're going to take all this bullshit that you've been saying about this Black male, and we're going to dismantle it. And the way we're going to dismantle it is we're going to go all the way in to the emotions of you, right? To the facts, to the studies, to tell you that that's not true, that you've been lied to. So the dark psychology is telling the Black woman, you have been under the deepest hypnosis about the males in your culture. Then they go into, look over here. Do you see what I'm saying? Look at what these males in the culture have been doing. As a matter of fact, the reality is that the white man runs this shit. Why is it that they do that? Because that is the biggest argument that the Black culture has. The biggest thing that the Black male always talks about is racism and white supremacy, right? So therefore they take it and say, oh, racism and white supremacy, but let's see what the fuck you did. You want to talk about Black Wall Street, but wait a minute. You ran off with a white woman. You want to talk about this, but you ran off with a white woman. You want to talk about Martin Luther King, but he was abusing women and he had white women. Look at Rosa Parks. You see, these are the things that the divested Black woman was doing that was, was pretty clever. But they used the very thing, everything that they was using to say was their power and to knock them down. In the art of manipulation, you can take a word, you can take a thing that gives someone power, and you can use that very thing to break them down.
His rhetoric resonated with the disillusioned, the frustrated, and the disenfranchised, promising not just change, but vindication. Trump's ascent was the culmination of years of discontent, crystallizing in a moment that redefined American politics. Chapter 3: The Power of the Persona. Crafting an image for the masses. Donald Trump's political journey is inseparable from his carefully crafted image. More than policies or speeches, it was Trump's persona that seized the public's imagination, inviting people to rally behind him or stand in firm opposition. He created an identity that embodied strength, resilience, and defiance, a brand that was instantly recognizable, bold, and loaded with meaning. This chapter examines the components of this persona, how Trump built it, and the powerful psychological appeal it held for his supporters. At the core of Trump's image was his outsider status. He presented himself as the anti-establishment candidate, a contrast to the polished, cautious politicians Americans were used to seeing. Trump was raw, unfiltered, and unapologetically blunt. He often eschewed traditional political decorum, speaking directly to the public in a way that made him appear both approachable and authentic.
Yes, that is exactly what the Zealot Divestors did. That's why they have a Patreon where it gets personal. I have a for whites only sign on my living room door. And my family thinks I'm joking. You see? Because we can understand that. We understand that very shady, dark sense of humor right there, you know, because it's a very shady, dark sense of humor that a lot of the divestors do. And it was something here that I wanted to speak on too.
His language and behavior tapped into the frustrations of Americans who felt.
Oh, the nignog, calling them apes, calling them monkeys, calling the N-word with a hard R. These are the things that they already knew that the divested zealot Black woman already felt. She already knew that these are the things that she said and thought about them. So she took that very thing and was like just putting it out there. Notice that the key to the zealot divester is I am going to attack everybody on every level because none of you mammies can be trusted. See, she realizes if you have a Black son, I know somewhere in the back of your mind, your emotional mommy energy, you ain't going to agree with everything that we saying here. I know that you understand if you do spirituality and spiritual practices, whether religious or not, because they see that as all religion, even if, because you have to understand, the head queen is an atheist. You see, believe it or not, that's what makes her so motherfucking powerful. She has no sympathy. She has no compassion or understanding for any type of spirituality, right? So therefore, the zealot divester is like, even if you a spiritual bitch, you're going to still have some compassion and flip tarot cards. And even if the cards tell you that this motherfucker sold you, this black male sold you and crossed you over the water, you still are going to make an excuse for him. So you can't be trusted. So there was a point of attack to the mammies too, to let them know you're not going to last here because I'm going to insult every single last one of you, because the real true zealot divested women will stand right here and listen to what I have to say, and I can give them a true guide of how to be a true zealot divested woman. Trump did the same thing. He doesn't call them illegal aliens. He doesn't call them immigrants. Matter of fact, he don't use the word immigrants. He calls them aliens. But why is he using the term alien? Because he knows that that's what the American people was feeling amongst these, you know, being amongst immigrants, right? He knows that coming from New York City, he knows that New York City is a sanctuary immigrant state, and he sees the cockiness, the bolstering, the shit talking of America. He knows what it is because he's from that, as well as being a rich man. So he's been around the world. He's been all over. You see, this is the same thing that the zealot divester did. She knew the language. She knew what was missing. She knows what's empty inside of the Black woman who doesn't want nothing to do with this Black culture. Another thing, the attack of the Black woman that's with the Black woman attack is they do not know, are you the stud Black woman that's with women? Because even if then you still, because you see, she knows too that in Black culture that even when women date women, they date the masculine woman. So it's like, so you're still dating something that's equivalent to what the Black male is. So you can't be trusted either. That's a part of why that happens as well. And of course, for them, if we're going to attack the Black male for his bisexuality and all that stuff and drag him for it and say how weak he is, we got to drag you too. We can't excuse it. So you have to understand the war tactic of the zealot divestors.
Felt ignored or dismissed by Washington elites. The origins of Trump's persona, lessons from reality television. Trump's background in reality television was instrumental in shaping his public persona. As the host of The Apprentice, he honed his understanding of what captured audiences' attention: dramatic tension, memorable catchphrases, and the projection of confidence.
Okay, so we got Trump that was on TV. We know that a lot of the divestors don't show themselves. That's their power. They switch up their voices and they do not show themselves. They hide, they are avatars. You see pictures by avatars, and that's how they are identified. And so therefore, that's how they keep it. And that's what keeps the mystery. And why is it that way? Because it's symbolic of the Black women who have to hide what they truly feel, who feel these things, who agree with these things, who have all these feelings. And so therefore it has to be kept sacred.
And authority. In The Apprentice, he played the role of a tough, decisive leader with the power to make or break someone's career. Phrases like "you're fired,"
anytime somebody says something that slightly sounds like they are defending the Black male or defending anything in the Black culture, you get Spartan, bitch. You're fired. This is Spartan. They do the very same thing because they don't have no tolerance for anybody that makes excuses for anything in Black culture.
Became synonymous with Trump, cementing his reputation as a no-nonsense businessman unafraid to make tough calls. This experience taught Trump the value of public perception. Reality TV rewards personalities who are larger than life, charismatic, and polarizing, qualities Trump embodied. He carried these lessons into his political campaign, where his command of media and his ability to generate headlines kept him in the spotlight. Every controversy, every bold statement, and every rally became part of his public image, which thrived on constant media attention. Trump understood that visibility was power and that his unapologetic persona would draw people in, whether they agreed with him or not. Visual symbols. Building a recognizable brand. Few campaign symbols in recent history are as iconic as Trump's red "Make America Great Again" hat. This simple accessory became more than just a piece of merchandise. It was a declaration of support, a visual shorthand for Trump's message, and a point of pride for his followers. The slogan itself was a masterstroke. Simple, patriotic, and nostalgic, suggesting a return to a time when America was perceived as stronger and more unified. Trump's use of visual symbols extended beyond the hat. He often wore his distinctive dark suit with a red tie, a look that became synonymous with his brand. The color red, symbolizing energy, power, and urgency, reinforced the themes of his campaign. The visuals associated with Trump were always strong and memorable, creating a brand identity that was clear and powerful. Through these symbols, Trump fostered a sense of unity among his supporters. Wearing the MAGA hat or attending one of his rallies became a way for people to express their loyalty, aligning themselves with Trump's vision of America. For many, these symbols represented defiance against mainstream culture and the political establishment. By creating a distinct and recognizable image, Trump turned his campaign into a movement, with his supporters proudly displaying their allegiance. The art of rhetoric. Simple language, powerful messages.
Wait, I just said that. The Zealot Divestors is a movement. Their movement is like the trannies did it. I keep telling y'all that. Mark my words. Have you seen the views on those channels? Have you seen the subscriptions? You think that's all just people watching it for the sake of entertaining? No, that is not a platform. See, when you listen to that platform, that is not a platform that's easy for other people to listen to. Anybody who's listening to the Zealot Divested platform, they are taking in what's being told. They're going behind the scene on that Patreon. They're supporting her. They're donating to those Zealot Divestors. I don't see it as one person. I see it as many. 12% is a lot. And then you have Black women now who are like, damn, I wish I voted for Trump. You have the young divested that they're getting to. Trust me, there's a lot of young that they're getting to. That's why a lot of things has changed in the way they're doing things because of that. A lot of Black women believe in a lot of stuff that they say. They know inside of their psyche that what they're speaking is the truth. And they want a future life. If they choose to have children, have a future for their children, they're not going to have a successful one with a Black male. And this is why they also, because we're going to get into the power of language and all that stuff. This is why they also show that there is no unicorn, and they dispose the unicorn too. See, they attack the Black male on every goddamn spectrum, even the unicorn Black male. And you can't deny it. There's no denying anything that they're doing. Let's go.
Trump's rhetoric played a crucial role in shaping his image. Unlike traditional politicians who often use complex language and elaborate explanations, Trump's speech was plain and direct, speaking to Americans in a way that was easy to understand. His sentences were often short and emphatic, with a rhythmic quality that made them memorable. Phrases like build the wall, drain the swamp, and America first became rallying cries.
Hashtag all. Hashtag all. Okay? Shit log. Shit log. Oof. Monkeys, ape. Okay? I mean, in with the hard R. Hashtag all. It's almost like the zealot divested study the psychology of Trump almost, right? Can you see the parallels?
Encapsulating his policy positions in ways that were accessible and emotionally charged. Trump's language choices were deliberate. He used
Deliberate. Let me show y'all something. Okay, I lost my audio. I'll get back to that in a minute. Look at this. This is a shit log, y'all. How deep is that? How deep is that? The zealot divested Black woman said, if you fucking him, you may as well put shit up your pussy. You may as well put a piece of shit up your pussy. You know what's so dark about this? That's so dark about that? Because that's how it looks. And imagine if his dick is darker skinned. Now his dick look like the last piece of shit. She just told you that you fucking somebody, the male whose dick looks like the last piece of shit that you took. Oof. But you know why? Because these are things that the zealot divested Black woman or the divested Black woman felt already. She only took what was already there. She only took what was already felt. All right, 1 second. I got to come out of here and come back in. Hold on. All right. All right, ready?
used repetition and familiar phrases to reinforce his message, knowing that simplicity could be more persuasive than nuance. In doing so, he tapped into the frustration many Americans felt with politics as usual. His words cut through the noise, resonating with those who felt that traditional politicians were out of touch. By using language that was direct and often combative,
Want to know how I protected my team's focus time and got 50% more done? Managing projects.
Trump positioned himself as a leader willing to fight for the people. This rhetorical style also allowed Trump to forge a personal connection with his supporters. He often spoke in the first person, using phrases like "I will" and "we will" to create a sense of collective purpose. His speeches were conversational, giving his audiences the impression that he was speaking directly to them rather than delivering a rehearsed address. This approach created a sense of intimacy and loyalty among his followers, who felt that Trump understood their concerns and was committed to championing their cause. Embracing controversy, turning criticism into strength. For Trump, controversy was not something to avoid. It was a tool to be wielded. From his early days in the public eye, he understood that polarizing figures attract attention, and he was willing to take risks that other politicians shied away from. Rather than avoiding difficult topics, Trump leaned into them, often using criticism to his advantage. When confronted,
This is why the zealot divested woman, right? It was brave. It is brave for her to say the N-word with the hard R. It is brave for her, these Black women, to speak the way they do about Black males. Because you know who gets hurt and triggered the most? Yes, the mammy. The mammy. Because the mammy is so delusional, because she studied the psychology of that mammy. She knows the mammy is so delusional because she knows that most mammies got Black sons too. That even if it's the truth, she still will argue it down. She will still make an excuse. She will still go into histories about Black males. She will talk about slavery. Do you ever notice how they say things? Black community, the Blacks, slavery. You ever notice how they use these words? That's like triggering, right? They're really good at that. So much that people are saying, oh no, these divested Black women, they're not even Black. But clearly, if you pay attention, they're very much Black women, and they make it clear that they're Black women. And you can just tell that they're Black women. There's no denying that they are Black women. And they do that on purpose, and they let you know that. Because more than likely, that's not the persona that they put out here in the world, but that's the persona they're going to put out there to you.
with opposition, he would double down on his stance, framing himself as the underdog fighting against powerful forces. This approach made Trump appear unbreakable to his supporters. His willingness to take on the media, other politicians, and even celebrities painted him as someone who wasn't afraid to stand up for his beliefs, regardless of the backlash. For many, this reinforced his image as a strong leader. He didn't just represent his policies. He embodied the frustrations, defiance, and aspirations of his supporters. By refusing to back down, Trump earned a reputation as a fighter, a quality that endeared him to those who felt abandoned by the political system. Trump's relationship with the media was particularly unique. He understood the media's role in shaping public perception and used this to his advantage. Even negative coverage kept him in the spotlight, and he knew how to turn criticism into a point of pride. Trump's rhetoric often included attacks on the fake news media, which resonated with supporters who were already distrustful of mainstream outlets. This stance not only reinforced his outsider persona, but also strengthened his connection with supporters who felt that the media was biased.
All right, y'all, I'm back on a microphone, trying to make sure this thing is good. All right, let me see. All right, mic check. All right, I'm good. So listen, lost my thought.
Biased against them. Body language and presence, projecting authority. Trump's persona was reinforced not just by what he said, but by how he presented himself. His body language, gestures, and facial expressions.
Oh, that's it. See, there was a lot of people who was coming for the zealot divestors, right? There's a whole guy, a whole yardie that made a channel calling her a demon and this, that, and the third. But yet he exposed. See, let me tell you, see how clever it was? See, he was calling divested, zealot, and all of them, right? A demon and and pronouncing her name wrong. Zealot. I don't know why he kept doing that. Let me just show you real quick what was the problem with what he did. And let me tell you what was so clever about it. And see, don't think that the Zealot Divestors was not going to pick up that these type of things were going to happen to them. Don't think that they didn't know that people were going to try to dox them. Okay, here we go. Zealot Divested channel. Now let me show you where he fucked up, and let me show you where the divestors are more clever than what you see. Okay, so the number one thing is everything that she said about the black male, even the foreign one, the foreign dusty, because that's what they're identified as is a dusty. Their dicks are identified as shit logs, right? So that's all inside that's the dark psychology. That's all inside your subconscious now. Okay? You're like, oh shit, you know what I mean? All of it. So you see him and he shows a woman with cum on her face. He's not trying to come with a response channel with some type of intelligence, with some type of logic, not opening books and reading and referencing them, not debating what she has said to not be true about the black male, right? Because that's her main topic. That's the main topic. Get the fuck away from them. Create your lineage somewhere else, right? Okay. Look, you sit here, number one, try to expose somebody. Number two, you're trying to say that this is her. Number three, you get a mammy. Number one is the mammy. You get a mammy, okay, to try to speak. But we can see what the fuck the mammy look like. And this mammy is not worth us listening to. You're over emotional. Okay? You still attack. You use a mammy who speaks against black women, who is pandering for you. You're proving every bumbleclot thing that this woman is talking about. She doesn't have to show her face. She doesn't have to say nothing. It's the same thing with Trump. He doesn't have to say nothing. He signed the executive order. And what are people saying? How are the immigrants behaving? What are they saying out their mouth? Who are they attacking? Oh, they're attacking black women. They're attacking the black woman the most, right? So, like I said, what Trump is doing is very clever. But look what he did. Okay? Look what he did.
Channel, and this is the host, the Alpha Black Lion, coming at you.
She went in on a lion. She went in, Zealot Divest said, why the fuck they want this lion to be such a thing? And then they went into the nature of the lion. So you can't fuck with that. That's clever.
Once again, about to drop that.
Trump. We're not getting into this. Trump. Let me tell you what Trump did. Trump said they're criminals. He created a law. There's cases of people who were murdered in the hands of immigrants. There's people who were kidnapped, children, all kind of stuff. He amplified it. Now, we're not saying America's excused from this, but we're going by the dark psychology of Trump. And we're going to the dark psychology of the divested zealots, right? Or he made it the divested zealots, as he said, right? But you didn't do nothing but prove them right. Let's look at this. Hold on, let me hear with, okay, first of all, I guess we're supposed to listen to what she has to say. Okay. All right. First of all, this is why no one sees black women as victims. Who the fuck's who? Well, actually, the black one, we're not playing victim here, but the black woman has always been a victim. The black woman is being a victim right now. The black woman is a victim right now. Everybody is going after and calling out to black women right now. Let's hear what she has to say.
It's going to flip like Cynthia G, but I'm just saying beware. Because enough speaking. I'm going to play the clip.
This Dusty doesn't even speak well. See how powerful that is? This Dusty doesn't even speak well. He's scrambling and looking and trying to find something. He's so emotional that he can't even bring a logical debate back.
And I'm going to break it down and I'm going to show you why this woman can't be trusted.
I cannot stress enough.
First of all, let's examine her. You got your head wrapped up. I know it stink under there because, like, what the fuck? Why is your hair wrapped up like that? We have hair. We're supposed to show it off. We wrap our hair up at night because we're going to bed. So you look like you're going to bed all day. Okay. So she's covered up. It looks, I don't know, maybe it's cold outside. Hey, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. But we know what we're looking at. We're looking at one of them super religious, hating ass, I hate myself type of women. See, this is why the zealot divestors did not excuse no religion. And this bitch is ugly.
If black women are invested in selling themselves and selling their daughters for a price like any other commodity to be bought and sold, you cannot also be human. Those are two mutually exclusive things. You can't be an item on the shelf and a human with a heart beating in her chest. Because when they was buying and selling us, you know, that was called chattel slavery. We wasn't human then.
And this is why the zealot divestors be like, well, wait a minute, hold up. Let me tell you what the black males was doing on the field to us. Let me tell you what the black males was doing to our ancestors out there on that field. Let me tell you that he was the one who sold you first. And then go. I'm just saying. This is who is hated the most. And she knows that the Dusty is going to use her to try to break you down, to try to hurt you, to try to infiltrate your spaces. And this is why she uses, or they use, the languages that they use, because she knows that what she gonna do, you ain't gonna come up here on my platform with that mammy shit. And if you come up here, I'm gonna humiliate you. Because no matter what, you are gonna keep showing your ass. I'm gonna give you the rope. You're gonna continue to hang yourself. And I'm gonna continue to reign supreme in what I talk about. This is the dark psychology of the zealot divestors. And it's so fucking clever. I can't deny it. Because I can't listen to her. Why you don't have a microphone?
Do you understand that? They were able to buy and sell us because in their eyes, we were farm equipment. We was just breathing. That's all. So you got to dehumanize somebody to sell them and buy them.
Boom. Enough said, Crimson Cure. Now we're going to play that damning statement that she said. Now I had to play that to work you up to the point of when we are about to expose her. Now let me play back 58:12, the minute mark, 58:12.
So you got to dehumanize somebody to
going to play it one more time. Just so you know that I'm not putting words in her mouth. These are her words. And we're going to hold her to these words that she said.
So you got to dehumanize somebody to sell them and buy them.
Now I'm going to talk directly to Crimson Cure. Now, out of your own mouth, you just said, and everybody heard you say it, you said that you got to dehumanize someone before you can sell them and buy them. So the question to you, Crimson Cure, why are you following a man by the name of Muhammad who owned slaves? He brought slaves. He sold slaves. He owned black slaves. So what gives you the room to talk
This is why
to anyone in a black community? You see,
now he attacking her. See, the zealot divestors are so clever, bro. They studied this. I knew he was going to do that to her. They studied this. They know that the black male hates you, Mammy. They know that the black male despises you, Mammy. They know that the black male knows that you are the biggest problem to why he cannot excel in this white supremacy next to that white male. They know that. Yeah, that was beautiful. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go back over here because I'm going to have to do it like this, y'all. 1 second. Let's go back to Trump. I kind of stayed on that a little too long because I wanted to hear what she had to say. All right.
Conveyed confidence and authority. He often used expansive gestures, a tactic that made him appear larger than life and commanded attention. His hand movements were distinctive.
Build a thriving community and monetize with memberships and pay-per-view.
Let me tell you something. It's gotten to the point in my life I despise. I despise this fucking bitch right here. Okay? I despise her. I cannot fucking, I don't, this is the one that I cannot wait to tell you all about. She has the lowest self-esteem. She hates being a woman. She's jealous and she's envious of every fucking body. She regurgitates what she's told, even when she sounds smart and reads books. She's on the down low. I'm trying to tell you, this bitch is the worst. This bitch get dogged out and mistreated the worst. This is the worst kind of fucking mammy. This is the mammy you do not listen to. This is the mammy that has more than likely been fucked by her own goddamn daddy, uncle, or somebody, and she will deny it. This is the worst kind of mammy. And this is the one that he always goes to because she is a reflection of him. Let's get back to Trump.
Punctuating his points and adding a sense of urgency to his words. When speaking, Trump often maintained direct eye contact, exuding confidence and assertiveness. His posture was strong and upright, projecting an image of control and decisiveness. For his supporters, this body language reinforced the perception that Trump was a leader who knew what he wanted and wasn't afraid to go after it. This physical presence helped him establish authority, creating a stage persona that was as powerful as his words, building a sense of identity and loyalty among followers. Trump's persona fostered a sense of loyalty that went beyond traditional political support. For many of his followers, Trump was more than just a candidate. He was a symbol of resistance against a system they believed had failed them. By aligning themselves with Trump, supporters felt they were part of something bigger, a movement that represented their values and aspirations. At rallies and events, Trump created an environment where his supporters felt seen and valued. He acknowledged their frustrations and validated their grievances, giving voice to those who felt silenced. His persona created a sense of unity among diverse groups, bringing together people from different backgrounds who shared common concerns. Through this shared identity, Trump cultivated a loyalty that transformed his campaign into a powerful, cohesive force, a persona that defined an era. Donald Trump's carefully crafted image became one of the defining elements of his political success. His persona was more than a collection of traits. It was a character he inhabited, a leader who would break the rules, take on powerful opponents, and stand up for those who felt forgotten. This identity appealed to a deeply emotional part of his supporters, making them feel understood, empowered, and ready to fight alongside him. In creating this image, Trump redefined what it meant to be a politician in the modern era. His use of symbols, rhetoric, body language, and an unapologetic embrace of controversy set him apart from any political figure America had seen. By embodying the values, frustrations, and hopes of his supporters, Trump forged a connection that was as personal as it was political. Chapter 4: Divide and Conquer. The Art of Exploiting Social Divisions. Donald Trump's political strategy was rooted in a method as old as politics itself: the art of divide and conquer. By tapping into existing social, cultural, and economic divisions, Trump crafted a narrative that resonated powerfully with those who felt overlooked, alienated, or marginalized by the political establishment. This chapter explores how Trump leveraged divisions within American society, creating a loyal base united by shared grievances and common foes. Through strategic rhetoric, Trump established himself as a defender of real American values, casting his opposition as threats to these ideals. Identifying the other, constructing a narrative of threats. One of the core components of Trump's divisive strategy was the identification of specific groups as the other. By casting immigrants, the media, and political opponents as enemies, he created a powerful narrative in which his supporters saw themselves as defending America from perceived dangers. This us versus them dynamic was central to Trump's appeal, forging a deep bond among his followers who felt they were standing up against forces that threatened their way of life. For instance, Trump's stance on immigration was a defining feature of his campaign and presidency. From early on, he characterized certain groups of immigrants, especially
The divested zealots' stance was on the black male's incompetence, how he is the lowest male in the patriarchy, and how there is no success with a bum, with someone at flea bottom in the patriarchy. This is why there's so much breaking down that has to happen. That happens with the zealot. He got me saying zealot. The zealot divestors. Understand? That's why it's like, and you know they're going to get into it more. But when you listen to this, think about how the zealot divestors do the work that they do.
from Mexico as criminals, drug dealers, and threats to American safety. This rhetoric played on existing fears about job security, crime, and cultural change, appealing to those who felt that immigration had negatively impacted their communities. Trump's proposed solutions, such as building a border wall, were not only symbolic but served as a rallying point, giving his supporters a clear, tangible goal to unite around. By creating a narrative where certain groups were cast as adversaries, Trump gave his followers a common target, channeling their frustrations and concerns into a sense of purpose. This sense of threat served to justify Trump's bold promises and actions, portraying them as necessary measures to protect real Americans from an increasingly uncertain world. Galvanizing the base. The role of divisive rhetoric in rallies and speeches. Trump's rallies became a crucial aspect of his divide and conquer strategy. At these events, He addressed his supporters directly, using language and themes that spoke to their frustrations and anxieties. His speeches were often filled with simple, emotionally charged phrases that were easy to remember and repeat. This created a shared language among his supporters, strengthening their connection to each other and to Trump himself. Trump often used these gatherings to single out his perceived enemies, whether it was the media, Democrats, or establishment politicians. His harsh criticism of these groups resonated with audiences who felt that these institutions had ignored their needs or values. By disparaging the swamp in Washington, Trump positioned himself as a crusader against entrenched elites. His promises to drain the swamp reflected a rejection of the political establishment that many of his supporters felt had let them down. In these speeches, Trump also emphasized loyalty, both to him and to the movement. He cast himself as the leader who would fight tirelessly for his supporters, but he also expected them to stand by him. This emphasis on loyalty created a strong bond between Trump and his base, one that was reinforced by shared values and a sense of mission. By polarizing his supporters against the opposition, Trump cultivated a loyal following that saw itself as part of a greater cause. Using social media to amplify division. Social media was perhaps Trump's most effective tool for spreading divisive rhetoric. Platforms like Twitter allowed him to bypass traditional media and speak directly.
Other people shares the zealot divested content or the divested content. If I was to right now, just let me show you this. Okay. Right? Let's put divested black women, right? Jeez, that's an ugly woman. Other people, that's what you put when you put divested black woman, right? What is missing? Okay. I don't know who these people are. Okay. Let's look. Now put, right? You see it comes up. It was already in the search. Now you see that comes up. But then it goes down here because that's, because it's going to give me directly what I asked for, right? Then you go down here. You see the shorts. But there are times where you can, well, damn, it's going now, but you're going to have to put like verses. Yeah, you're going to have to do that because it's going to bring up her stuff. Be surprised that a dark-skinned girl got ghosted after flying out to see a nigger. Lit. She called him on Valentine's Day. Oh, okay, that's a post. I'm like, what's this? Okay, that's a post. It's the clown picture for me. Okay, but you can find a lot of people that is sharing, and you have people, I don't know who this is, and you have people, what is this? Big Mad. General Specific just banned me. The Powder Dusty. Huh? So you see, now check this out. They are starting to even use the language. Because the first person I ever heard called the Powder Dusty, that was, oh, did you see the picture? That was the, her that Divested Zealot created that term. And here we have the Powder Dusty. Wow. wow, it just gets weird by the moment. Really? Wow. So now you see what I'm talking about. I'm just going to follow this. I'll get to this another day. The language of the zealot divestors are now being there. Now you having the men calling women dusty and shit like that. Okay. But the point I'm making is, let's get back to Trump. Jeez, that just got strange, right? Wait a minute. That just got strange, boy. I swear, I know how to find some shit, don't I? That's not even what I was looking for. What I was trying to say is there are people who pretty much was sharing her stuff. I'm going to actually play that video too. Because this right here is a point right here. Hold on. We're going to just have a little.
Seems a little bit like a conflict of interest. This means that a significant portion of the child support payments, especially if the custodial parent uses public assistance programs like food stamps, goes to the government rather than directly to the custodial parent. So what Brick said, and he was called retarded for saying it,
It's still
seems
retarded.
to be meted out by the details and the metrics of this particular cursory search. Now, maybe a deep dive is necessary, but Brick, I'm glad you said what you said. Rats to the moon, you have the floor.
Okay, good. In Florida, I can't speak for other states. That's not true. The father or the person who has to pay the child support does pay a small fee each month for the state to deal with it. They can deal directly with the parent and there is no fee. But if you have a parent who is likely to duck out on that, then you can opt to have the state collect it for you. And there is a small fee.
Okay, so I guess the powder dusty is actually a white guy. So now we have, once again, see, this is why I love this shit. If the divested zealot telling you to stay away from, or the zealot divestor saying stay away from the powdered donut dusty, right? Here we have someone calling themselves the powdered dusty with a do-rag on and in his shirt and everything, just looking bummed out. Are you not proving the divestors correct about what they're saying about you? So the divested Black woman has given people rope to hang themselves from a tree. Beautiful. And this is why it holds the power that it holds. I'm here as a writer. I'm here as a creator. I can get away from my feelings about divested zealot or any divested Black woman because I am a divested Black woman. So I can get away from how they feel about my sexuality or anything that they think about me or whatever. I can look at the logics. I can look at the dark psychology. I can analyze what I see. And when I see something that is a movement, when I see something that is powerful, and that I see something that is actually working, I'm not going to knock it. But here's the thing. Why would you call yourself the powdered dusty? Are you saying that her words are true? Are you saying that to everybody that what this woman is saying is the absolute truth about who you are and why they should stay away from you? I mean, you are on a platform talking about child support. support. But let's get back to this post. Okay, let's read it out loud. We are looking at this, and it's a dark psychology analysis. I'm not here to talk about my feelings. Okay? Fuck my feelings. Fuck your feelings. We are analyzing this through the same way that this man has come into power. I want y'all to keep that in mind, because this right here is coming into power. And mark my words, that little 12% of black women that voted for Trump, baby, watch the insurmountable amount of black women. If you don't know, because we know there was like 90 million people who didn't vote, or some 90 whatever people that didn't vote. We don't know what they wanted. You don't know what they were thinking. But watch what I tell you, how you're going to find a generation from the millennials to Gen Zs and on of black women that will not be dating black males nor dating black women. Let's go. Really, a black woman on these social media streets pretending to be surprised that a dark-skinned girl got ghosted after flying out to see a nigger. Lit nigga, as she called them, on Valentine's Day. And come to find out, he was with a preference the whole time. Why are they calling that the preference? That's another way of saying a light skin or exotical. Is this the viral story time right now on Instagram, TikTok, etc.? Laughing at you. I don't believe you. Niggas already told you the deal, and you choose not to believe them. Keep it up. You're doing great. Anyway, we have some updates, receipts, and more tonight. Promoting her stuff. Have a wonderful weekend. Okay, what she said. Update. He's also airing out the preference as we speak. Like I said, keep it up, ladies. You're doing great. They don't like you. Light, dark, polka dots. Because they're trying to tell you that the black male doesn't like you. Just like Trump is trying to tell you about the immigrants. They don't like you. You understand that? Like, this is the same thing that Trump is doing, whether you realize that or not. Clown, I don't know who this is. Somebody with makeup on. We already know who that is. That's Maddie. You know that this one right here, Charles, your lunch is ready. A whole man everybody thought was a woman. I have no clue what the fuck that is. Okay, something gets denied health care. Blind item. I'm dead. Uses images of the black woman by throwing the black male in there. So it's a psychological thing that is just, it could offend you. I'm not offended, but it could offend you. You don't understand what I'm saying? The words and everything. This one is actually a light post. Very light post, okay? Because that's the thing too. You know, they go in on the trans woman, the trans black woman the most. Okay? And they also just want you to understand that this in the middle, they want you to keep looking at that and saying, this is the type of men that are in your culture. These are the type of males in your culture that you continue to let play and disrespect you. How embarrassing. They're also saying in this picture, can you tell who's a woman and who's a man in this picture? Like, can you tell? That's all on purpose. Because here's the thing. You didn't find a lot of black women that wore makeup. Makeup is a new thing for black women. But when they started to wear makeup, they started to wear it like the tranny. Because the tranny was the one that was wearing the makeup and used to be like, oh, you bitches don't wear makeup. Y'all wear eyeliner. Y'all don't wear makeup. Y'all don't make no sense. How you going to put on eyeliner with no makeup? That was a big thing with trannies. When I got 25, 26, I started learning how to put on makeup because I had a woman that was like, you need to put on makeup. She was teaching me how to be more grown, mature, because honestly, most black women who wear makeup are women who associate with non-black women.
To the public, often in blunt, unfiltered language. His tweets were frequently provocative, targeting opponents, journalists, and anyone who challenged him. This direct and immediate form of communication amplified his message. reaching millions of people within seconds. On social media, Trump's divisive rhetoric took on new life. His tweets often echoed the themes he introduced at rallies: distrust of the media, disdain for political elites, and calls to action against perceived enemies. By consistently targeting certain groups and individuals, he reinforced the idea that his supporters were under siege and needed to defend their values. Twitter also allowed Trump to portray himself as a fighter constantly under attack, both by his political opponents and by the fake news media. This stance appealed to those who were already skeptical of mainstream institutions, further cementing the divide between Trump's base and his critics. Social media's viral nature allowed Trump's messages to spread rapidly, creating a cycle where each controversy sparked further division and galvanized his followers. Rhetoric on economic and cultural divides. Trump's ability to exploit economic and cultural divides was central to his
economic
equality and cultural change in a way that resonated with those who felt left behind. He often spoke of the American heartland, blue-collar, working-class communities as the backbone of the nation, positioning himself as their advocate in a world increasingly dominated by coastal elites. This message tapped into a sense of economic disillusionment that had been brewing since the 2008 financial crisis. Many working-class Americans felt that globalization and free trade had benefited only the wealthy, while they were left to grapple with job losses and stagnant wages. By framing these issues as betrayals by the political elite, Trump gave these frustrations a target. His emphasis on bringing jobs back to America, particularly in the manufacturing sector, spoke directly to those who felt they had been left behind by the shifting economy. On a cultural level, Trump appealed to those who were uncomfortable with the rapid social changes taking place in America. He positioned himself as a defender of traditional values, casting progressive ideas on immigration, race, and gender as threats to American identity. This message resonated with supporters who felt alienated by what they perceived as a liberal cultural agenda. Trump's rhetoric on cultural issues gave voice to these sentiments, creating a sense of solidarity among those who felt that their values were under attack. Creating a sense of community among supporters. By emphasizing shared enemies and common grievances, Trump fostered a sense of community among his supporters. His followers were not just voting for a candidate. They were joining a movement that promised to protect their values and restore their vision of America. This feeling of belonging was reinforced by the rally atmosphere, where supporters could come together, display their loyalty, and celebrate their shared identity. Trump's rhetoric often included phrases like "our movement" and "our country," reinforcing the idea that his supporters were part of a larger cause. This sense of community was powerful, especially for those who felt disconnected from the broader American culture. It offered a space where they felt valued and understood, uniting them against the perceived forces of change that threatened their way of life. The community Trump fostered was built on shared values, loyalty, and a sense of mission. For many supporters, this movement provided a sense of purpose, a chance to stand up for what they believed in. Trump's leadership style, forceful, unfiltered, and unyielding, resonated with those who wanted a leader who reflected their frustrations and aspirations. The impact of polarization, strengthening his base, alienating others. Trump's divide-and-conquer strategy was a double-edged sword. While it strengthened his base and created a loyal following, it also deepened divisions within American society. His rhetoric alienated many, sparking strong opposition from those who saw his tactics as dangerous and divisive. For his critics, Trump's language represented an erosion of civility and an increase in hostility that threatened to tear at the social fabric of the country. However, for Trump, the polarization itself was a form of power. By solidifying his base, he created a loyal following that would stand by him through controversies and criticism. This loyalty gave him a level of support that was resilient to attacks from political opponents and the media. For Trump supporters, his willingness to stand firm against opposition only made him more appealing. In their eyes, he was not just a politician, but a symbol of resistance against forces they believed were destroying the country. The divisive nature of Trump's strategy meant that he was rarely seen as a neutral figure. People either strongly supported or strongly opposed him. This polarization allowed him to dominate the political conversation, as both his supporters and critics kept him at the center of national discourse. The divide and conquer approach was not just a means to an end. It was a defining feature of Trump's identity, a strategy that kept him in the spotlight and strengthened his influence. A leader in a divided nation. Trump's divide and conquer approach reshaped American politics, creating a movement that was both powerful and polarizing. By tapping into deep-seated divisions, he built a base of loyal supporters who saw him as a champion of their values. His willingness to embrace divisive rhetoric set him apart from traditional politicians, making him a symbol of defiance for those who felt marginalized by mainstream culture and politics. The impact of Trump's strategy has extended far beyond his presidency, leaving lasting divisions in American society. His approach to leadership, one that embraced controversy, stoked division, and galvanized his base, challenged the norms of American politics and redefined the way leaders connect with their supporters. As we move forward, the legacy of Trump's divide and conquer strategy will continue to shape the political landscape, illustrating the power of polarization in a nation that is still grappling with its own identity. Chapter 5: Mastering the Media. How Trump Commanded Attention. Donald Trump's rise in American politics was closely tied to his masterful use of the media. Unlike most politicians who treated the media with caution, Trump saw it as a powerful tool to be wielded, manipulated, and sometimes even antagonized to keep himself at the center of the public's attention. In this chapter, we'll explore how Trump's media strategies, from courting controversy to his groundbreaking use of Twitter, enabled him to dominate headlines, frame narratives, and project an image of authority that captivated audiences. Controversy as currency. Trump's media strategy. At the core of Trump's media approach was an understanding that controversy sells. He was willing to say what others wouldn't, knowing that his provocative remarks would generate headlines.
Let's get into that. 1 second, y'all. Divestors. What do they say? How do they say it? They're using the language of racists. Do you understand that? They're saying the words that racists said to our ancestors that crushed their souls. There's a comedy skit by Richard Pryor. He was talking about how he was having a good day. So he was having a great day. He said he was just having a good day. He said, a little white boy turned around in his seat and looked at him and called him a nigger. Said it fucked up his whole day. We know that there are black people that don't like the word nigger or referring to other black people as niggers. They want that word to be demolished completely. But if you know the history of the word nigger or how was a nigger, that was a tribe in Africa. In the art of manipulation, it states that. See, the tribe in Africa was called nigger. And therefore, that's why they were called niggers. See, that was the art of manipulation that was used amongst the black people who came from Africa, because all of our ancestors did not come from Africa, but the ones who did come from Africa, and it did come from that tribe. They also used pictures of people who were black with red lips. They called them coons. They called them monkeys. They called them apes. And this is what the divestors do. This is what the divestors refer to black males as. I call a mammy a nigger bitch. That's a whole nigger bitch right there. I don't deny that. And these are the words that they use that just, it triggers. It's something in it, it triggers. something in what the divestors say is, it's like, you know, somebody called Kendrick Lamar's performance a roach infestation. Ouch. So even if you don't want these words to hurt, they're going to hurt, because Black people, they know that Black people are still sensitive to being referred to as these things.
And bring him the exposure he desired. By intentionally making polarizing statements on issues like immigration, race, and national security, he often created a spectacle that mainstream media couldn't ignore. Rather than shy away from backlash, Trump leaned into it, framing himself as a fearless truth teller in a world of political correctness. One of Trump's signature tactics was to create media moments, short, striking statements or actions that would grab attention and spark immediate debate. For example,
Immediate debate. Let me show you something. This is literally how the divestors talk. I got you.
I get to meet your new picture, Amanda Whirlich.
Jews fix niggers and now a girl? What happened to that, punk?
And now a girl. Because if you think about Trump, this is kind of the same kind of language that he's using. These aliens, get them out of here. DI hire. Oh, that's the new N word, right? That DI hire. Women history is being erased. Jews pick niggers and now a girl. It's interesting because they all got on hats, right? Notice it's yellow hats. Because see, when you put on a hat, that indicates that you are on a team. Hence this picture in the corner that I have with the red divested hat on. Mm-hmm. And it indicates that you are a part of something. You are a team or a gang of something. Let's go. Get back to Trump.
It's about building a wall at the southern U.S. border, where his criticism of establishment politicians branded him as an outsider willing to take drastic measures. These moments were tailor-made for media coverage, often overshadowed.
What does the divested zealot always say? We got to take that conversation behind the wall. You got to go behind the wall to have that conversation. Don't she always say that?
Shadowing his opponents and ensuring that Trump, not the policies themselves, became the focus. Weaponizing social media, the power of direct communication. In the age of social media, Trump understood that he no longer needed to rely solely on traditional news outlets to reach the public. His use of Twitter revolutionized the way politicians communicate with their audiences, allowing him to speak directly to millions of people in real time. Through Twitter, he could bypass media gatekeepers, respond instantly to breaking news,
Let me show you something. Because you have to still remember that they are still Black women. Okay? So they know how to get you. They know your sensitivities. They know your triggers. And so it's stuff like this that they use. Now tell me something. Did that chick The Crimson Cure, did she not look like this woman? Head wrapped up, body all wrapped up, whatever the fuck she had on under that dress.
Now run along plain, honey child, but watch out for that bad old tiger. That old tiger sure do like dark meat.
Got a screenplay in your head but not on paper? Meet Squibbler, the AI script writer that turns your
Remember that picture of the woman with the makeup on? This is what she looked like. Remember that picture of the man that was in the middle of the picture? This is what he looked. It literally looks like him. That post that she made, this dude really literally looks like the guy that she posted. That's wild. That's wild. I'm gonna show that picture again. Hold on. Look at him and look at him. Tell me that I look like the same person. That's wild. So they psychologically know. And look at that clown picture. They psychologically know how to get to you. It's a clever move. I can't knock it. It's so fucking clever.
I have here a fine assortment of assorted useful, useless utensils. They are all
Shitlogs. It's clever. Back to Trump.
And set the agenda without waiting for press conferences or prepared statements that Trump's tweets were often crafted to provoke a strong reaction. His use of blunt language, exclamation marks, and nicknames for opponents added an emotional weight to his messages. For instance, referring to his political opponents with monikers like Crooked Hillary or Sleepy Joe was more than just name-calling. It was a psychological tactic to shape public perception. These labels were repeated so often that they became ingrained in the minds of his followers, influencing how they viewed his opponents. This direct communication also gave Trump a unique advantage. He could frame narratives immediately, often setting the tone for the news cycle before journalists could interpret or respond. By controlling the initial narrative, Trump forced media outlets to cover his statements, even if they were controversial or factually questionable. His tweets would frequently spark debates, forcing reporters, analysts, and even political opponents to respond on his terms, a strategy that kept him in the spotlight. Handling negative press, turning criticism into opportunity. While traditional politicians often try to minimize negative press, Trump turned it to his advantage. He regularly attacked the media, labeling it the enemy of the people, and frequently accusing news outlets of spreading fake news. This approach served a dual purpose. It allowed him to cast doubt on any unflattering stories, and it strengthened his bond with supporters who already distrusted mainstream media. By consistently framing the press as biased or corrupt, Trump created an environment where his supporters questioned the legitimacy of negative stories.
The Mammy, the Nignog, no, the Mammy and the Dusty. So much that the males are referring to women, black women, as Dusty. So much that you have a white male that made a channel called the Powdered Dusty. And it's really a white male that made that channel. That's some powerful shit. Sleepy Joe. He's Sleepy Joe. Crooked Hillary. We go back into our history. Crooked Hillary. Did he lie? Did they lie? You see? You want to see some dusty shit? I got one for you. This happened 18 hours ago.
Massive brawl at Hartsfield-Jackson International. It is making its rounds on social media. So this incident, captured in now viral video, shows several people fighting in front of what appears to be a Spirit Airlines flight gate. Fox 5's Joy Dukes is live there with the latest. Joy, I mean, this is it is unbelievable to see at the world's busiest airport.
Ghetto, it's okay to say ghetto.
Yeah, Eric, absolutely. Just a really violent scene that unfolded here. Atlanta police say they responded to a disturbance here on February the 19th. Since then, hundreds of thousands of people have viewed this video that is making its rounds on social media. You can see that video right now. You're taking a look at what some passerbys recorded here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport on Wednesday. You can see fists flying as passengers look to be waiting at their gate to board their flight. You can see the Spirit Airlines wall hanging right behind that group of about 7 or 8 people who appear to be involved. There's people yelling in the video. It is just really a chaotic scene. And as you pointed out, just certainly not something you expect to see here at Hartsfield-Jackson. Passengers we spoke with flying out today on Spirit say they hadn't heard anything about the flight, but they were stunned to see it.
I'm just trying to figure out why were they fighting, what happened. It seemed like it was an on-site situation.
I can't believe people would get that defensive over flying out of somewhere. That's just craziness.
Atlanta police say that by the time they had gotten to the gate there, that crowd had dispersed.
There is a
it
quote.
Doesn't appear at this point that
There is a
anyone was
quote.
arrested, and there are certainly still a lot of unanswered questions about
That the divestors say. It says they are offended by everything and ashamed of nothing. They are the most offended people, but they are ashamed of nothing. They have no shame, but they are the most offended. Can you deny that? Why are the divestors so good? Why are they so good at this? Because they are really black women. You see, if it kept going on with the R words and all that stuff, if that kept going in the comedy and stuff, people would have been like, no, these ain't black women. Ain't no way these black women. That's not true, right? But as they kept going and as they kept going and as they kept flowing and they kept talking, you begin to realize, and they kept identifying themselves as black women. They kept identifying, because I kept wondering, well, you would think if they're dating outside their race, they don't want to be black or they don't identify as black, but they said, no, we are black women. And we are black women who feel the way we feel about this black community. We are black women who see what we see about the black male. We are black women that stand in black women need to divest completely, not just from him, but the community, from it all, from hip hop, from everything that's associated with it. Even the black history, divest from that shit too. Because that has nothing to do with you. That is how the zealot divested woman, that's the psychology of her.
This tactic reinforced the perception that he was a lone warrior fighting against a hostile establishment.
Yes.
His criticisms of the press also fed into the broader narrative of his candidacy. that he was not only running against political opponents, but against an entire system that had supposedly failed the American people. In instances where stories about Trump were unflattering, he would often use deflection and counterattack as strategies. Rather than address specific accusations, he frequently shifted the focus to his critics, accusing them of being part of a witch hunt or implying that they were part of a conspiracy to bring him down. This technique not only diluted the impact of negative press, but also allowed Trump to reframe the conversation around his own themes of loyalty, patriotism, and anti-establishment sentiment. Media as a platform for image building. Trump's media approach was not merely about responding to news. It was about shaping an image that would resonate with voters. His carefully cultivated persona, a self-made billionaire, a tough negotiator, and a no-nonsense leader, was amplified through his media appearances. He positioned himself as a man of action who was above political niceties, someone who would tell it like it is and get things done. His experience as a television personality on The Apprentice also contributed to this image. Reality TV taught Trump the importance of visuals, dramatic moments, and simple, memorable catchphrases. The show's format allowed him to portray himself as a decisive, commanding figure, traits that he carried over into his political career. By presenting himself as the ultimate authority figure on television, Trump created an image that his supporters found compelling, one that suggested he had the strength and confidence to lead the country. The visual elements of Trump's brand were also carefully crafted. His signature red "Make America Great Again" hats became a symbol of his movement, worn by supporters across the country.
The zealot divested woman has that picture with her sipping the tea, with her gathering all the tea. Because we know that what comes after someone, somebody says something shady, somebody says something truthful, okay? And then they sip that tea. Let's try to find a picture. But don't go ahead, y'all. We're going to go ahead and keep playing.
These hats were not just merchandise. They were a statement, a way for supporters to identify themselves and show their loyalty to Trump's message. The hats, rallies, and speeches all worked together to create a visual identity that was unmistakable, making Trump's brand instantly recognizable. Framing narratives and shaping public perception. A significant part of Trump's media strategy involved framing narratives in a way that suited his objectives. Rather than wait for the media to interpret events, he often presented his version of the story first. For instance, when controversies arose, Trump would frequently release his interpretation, accusing opponents of misconduct or presenting himself as the victim of a biased attack. By offering his narrative first, Trump shaped the public's initial impression, which can be crucial in forming lasting opinions. This tactic was particularly evident during the 2016 campaign, where Trump...
Let's get to it. This right here is the image that we have known for the divested zealot, right? As the guys say, divested zealot, divested zealot, right? It is an image because this is like the red hat. Okay? Just hear me out. Sipping the tea. Whether you agree or not. But most of the time you're going to agree. She's also a comedian. So she's very good at hitting you with truth through comedy, or hitting you hard with truth. And even if it's not the truth, she's so good at it that it sounds like the truth. Because one thing they'll say is, they'll say to me, well, because of your experience with black males, you decided to go fuck and eat coochie and be with another black woman, or a woman that's non-black. That's not true. But they're so good at saying it that it sounds true, because you know what? There are black women that is the truth for them, so they'll be triggered by that. See, me, I don't care. See, that's the difference. But I know there's other Black women that will, because see, the psychology is, well, you still are dating what still looks like the Black male. So you still are dating the Black male, so you still are a mammy. Do you see how it goes? See, what looks like just pure hate and attack, because there is hate, because they will tell you that they hate the Black male, right? At the end of the day, they have to purge the bullshit completely. They have to annihilate the Black male completely. Because see, this is where this is again the psychology of it all. If you don't want to deal with the Black male, you don't want nothing to do with him. If you're going to go and be with a woman, it doesn't mean that you're a divested woman if you're with a woman who looks like a Black male. You see? So therefore, that woman who looks like the Black male, who's the dyke mammy, because that's pretty much what she will be, right? She's still going to be on the side of the Black male, and she's still going to identify with the dusty. See how it goes? So then you also look at this aspect as well. They have to have it where you are truly divested. Look at the definition of divested. So now it's like this guide. Now there's like a psychologically breaking you down thing that they do, slowly but surely. And like they always say, go behind the wall. Now let's get back to what the dark psychology of Trump, going back into the divested Black women, or the zealot divested Black women, because I think that there's a difference between the zealot and divested Black woman. There's a brand. There's a brand of, we see this in comic books. I got a Black son. Not all Black men. My daddy wasn't like that, because this is the shit that they all say. Okay? You said this is her? My skin, if anybody gives a fuck. Why she put my skin? Why did she say me? Why did she say my skin, if anybody gives a fuck? Maybe she's saying she doesn't have any tattoos. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not worthy. Okay, well, this is somebody, I've seen her page. I've seen her video already. Oh, we know who this is right here. Miss, what's this? I'm curious now. What's this? That's the Archduchess. What's this? Playboard. So let's go. There's no, not all in Blackistan. All of them are dusty. Okay. Oh, okay. Damn. She's on here too. Her shows is on here too. Mad. That's like a Miss Archduchess. Mad Encore. She's on here too. What's this? What's Playboard? These are actually charts. Oh, that's wild. Oh shit, that's a little wild. I never heard of this before. Anyway, let's go. They take the people in the community. But the main thing I want to show you is this right here. Okay? Is this image right here. But we're going to go ahead back to Trump. We almost done. Oh, hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. I got to rewind. I got to go back just a little bit more. My bad. I thought I was playing it.
Forming lasting opinions. This tactic was particularly evident during the 2016 campaign, where Trump framed himself as the only candidate who could make America great again. His campaign slogan was more than just a phrase. It was a promise to restore a sense of American identity that he claimed had been eroded. This narrative spoke to a desire for stability and strength, appealing to those who felt their country was in decline. By framing himself as a savior figure, Trump effectively placed himself at the center of the conversation about America's future. Trump's use of framing also extended to his opponents. By repeatedly characterizing them in negative terms, he defined the public's perception of them before they had the chance to respond. This approach was particularly effective because it established a framework through which people viewed his opponent's actions and policies. Rather than debating policies on their own merits, Trump often shifted the conversation to focus on his opponent's character flaws, casting doubt on their intentions and credibility. The enduring impact of Trump's media tactics. Trump's media strategy did more than elevate his profile. It fundamentally changed how politicians interact with the media and the public.
If you want to learn Python for a career in data science, IT, or engineering, then you need the complete.
His approach has left a lasting impact on American politics, shifting the expectations for how leaders communicate with their audiences. His use of direct social media engagement, his embrace of controversy, and his ability to frame narratives have become a template for others looking to command attention in a crowded media landscape. The success of Trump's media strategy demonstrates that in the digital age, visibility and perception can be just as important as policy positions. By dominating the media, Trump kept himself in the public eye, shaping how people thought about him and his role in American politics. His tactics have set new precedents for political communication, illustrating that in an era of constant media coverage, a leader's image can be as powerful as their policies. As we move forward, the techniques Trump used to command attention will likely continue to influence political campaigns and media strategies. His ability to control the narrative, maintain a visible presence, and shape public perception has left a mark on American politics, offering a blueprint for others who wish to follow in his footsteps. Chapter 6: Language and Power. The Subtle Science of Persuasion. Donald Trump's communication style was simple yet remarkably effective, a calculated approach that harnessed the power of language to connect with a broad audience. At first glance, his rhetoric might seem unrefined or unsophisticated, but behind the blunt words lay a strategic use of language designed to captivate, influence, and rally people to his cause. This chapter explores the linguistic tactics Trump employed, shedding light on the persuasive power of simple, emotionally resonant communication. The power of simplicity. A key component of Trump's linguistic approach was the intentional use of simple, straightforward language. Unlike many politicians who often resort to complex rhetoric or policy-heavy jargon, Trump's language was refreshingly clear and direct. This choice wasn't accidental. It was a deliberate strategy to ensure that his message resonated with a diverse and often disillusioned audience. By avoiding words that felt elite or overly intellectual, Trump made his message accessible, creating a sense of connection with everyday Americans who had grown tired of traditional political discourse. The effectiveness of Trump's simplicity lay in its emotional appeal. Words like win, strong, and great carried an inherent positivity and strength that resonated deeply with people's aspirations. Conversely, terms like losers, weak, and disaster evoked feelings of disdain or fear, driving home the sense that urgent action was needed. By framing issues in stark, emotionally charged terms, Trump made his message relatable and impactful, especially to those who felt left behind or unheard.
I cannot look at a black male, right? Hold on. I cannot look at a black male to this day and not think Dusty. Let me tell you how deep it is. That black male could be clean cut in a nice suit, and I look at that motherfucker and I will still say that he's fucking Dusty. That's some shit. Okay? I can sit here, I can watch a racist movie, and I will not be moved. But why is that? Because it was already there inside of me. Remember, I was talking to you about the art of manipulation, it's the psychology of people and abuse and all this stuff. It's already inside of you. Those doubts are there. But with me, it has been here. I done had children with a well, because he's more of a ambiguous, kind of like a unambiguous black male. But I've had children. And the thing is, and when I say unambiguous, meaning my family is mixed with Caribbean, Spanish, all that stuff, right? And still, I felt the way I felt. That's some dark shit, right? Still, I felt the way I felt about black women too, who are darker skinned. So what the zealot divestors are doing is they're only bringing out what you already felt. Trump is already bringing out what everybody already felt. Everybody was already racist. Everybody was already against immigrants. Everybody was already against there being a black history. Believe it or not, people were against black history. There are black people that are against black history. Everybody already felt what they felt about trans and LGBTQ plus or anybody who was gay or whatever. Everybody already felt these things. And now it's all coming out. Now they can put on their red hats. They can put on their shirts. They can decorate their cars and express it because now it's safe to. Build the wall. Do you see what I'm saying? The divestors come behind the wall. It's a safe place for you to say what you got to say. Call them sister with the hard R. See, shit like that. Like, damn, who would have ever thought of somebody doing something like sister, calling her sister, calling her nigger, low key. You see what I'm saying? Because this is what you felt already. You never felt she was your sister or your sis. She's a sister. Just like he's a nigger. You see what I'm saying? And Trump losers, aliens, these people, they got to go. Get out of here. Redoing the White House. Telling people to get, you know what I'm saying, we speak English over here. We're not putting nothing in Spanish no more. Press 1 for English. Press 2 for English. 3 for deportation. 3 for ICE. That was the joke. These are the jokes that people are telling now. We're seeing people break, angry, looking. But what's so interesting is everybody is coming at the black woman. And so what the divestors is happy about is that everyone is coming. Because see, now what the divested zealots have been telling black women is, are you going to believe us now when we tell you that everybody hates you? You're going to believe us now when we tell you that you are the mule of the black community and everybody expects you to mule? Or you going to believe us now that black males even voted for Trump on the side with us?
Emotionally charged messaging. Trump's rhetoric was
Emotionally charged messaging. Dark, psychologically, emotionally charged messages.
heavy on emotion and light on detail, a hallmark of persuasive communication. Phrases like drain the swamp and make America great again were not just slogans. They were calls to action, packed with emotional significance. Drain the swamp conjured a vivid image of corruption and a broken system, while make America great again evoked nostalgia for a past era of prosperity and strength. These phrases triggered an emotional response, making people feel that something had been taken from them and that Trump was the leader who could restore what had been lost. Emotionally charged language is powerful because it bypasses rational thought and appeals directly to people's feelings. Trump's speeches were full of such language, painting a picture of a country under siege and in desperate need of saving. Words like carnage, threat, and chaos made the dangers feel real and immediate, fostering a sense of urgency among his supporters. By framing the world in black and white terms, Trump simplified complex issues and presented himself as the strong, decisive leader who could bring about change. In addition to his rallying cries, Trump also used language to define his opponents in a negative light, referring to the media as fake news or labeling his political rivals with pejorative nicknames like Crooked Hillary or Lying Ted had a powerful psychological impact. These labels stuck because they were simple, memorable, and repeated often. By branding his opponents in this way, Trump not only undermined their credibility, but also gave his followers an easy way to dismiss any criticisms directed at him. The cognitive power of repetition. Repetition was another cornerstone of Trump's linguistic strategy. Psychological research has shown that repeated statements are more likely to be believed, even if they are initially viewed with skepticism. Trump instinctively understood this and made repetition a central feature of his communication. He would use the same phrases over and over in speeches, interviews, and on social media, reinforcing his message until it became ingrained in the minds of his audience. Take, for example, his repeated use of terms like build the wall and America first. By continually emphasizing these ideas, Trump ensured that his policy positions were not only memorable, but also difficult to ignore. The repetition created a sense of inevitability, as if his ideas were part of a larger, undeniable movement. Even when his statements were factually challenged, the sheer force of repetition made them feel credible to many people. Repetition also served to desensitize the public to his more controversial statements. By consistently using strong or polarizing language, Trump shifted the boundaries of acceptable political discourse.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a...
Statements that once would have been shocking became normalized through constant exposure. This tactic kept him in the news and ensured that his message was always part of the national conversation, defining reality through language. Trump's language not only conveyed his ideas, but also shaped how people perceived reality. By framing issues in a way that aligned with his narrative, he influenced how people understood and talked about key topics. His term fake news, for instance, became a powerful tool to discredit any media coverage that painted him in a negative light. The phrase was repeated so often that it took on a life of its own.
Before Trump came back to be the president, notice that divestors used this tactic a lot. They used a lot of Donald Trump's tactics to a lot of people actually. Donald Trump actually is really clever because he a Gemini, right? So he used a lot of what everybody else was doing and saying, fake news and wokeness and woke and all this stuff. So he was someone, like I said, he's active in people and in the psychology of people. He's very smart. He's more clever than what I give him credit to. And this is the same thing with the zealot divestors. They at the end of the day, somebody go listen to that show and go run to their show to send shots and talk shit about them and all kind of shit. I mean, it's good.
Becoming a rallying cry for his supporters and a way to cast doubt on journalistic integrity. Similarly, by characterizing illegal immigration as an invasion and describing certain regions of the country as crime-ridden hellholes, Trump shaped public perception of these issues. His vivid language painted a dire picture that made people feel threatened and in need of protection. This framing created a sense of urgency that justified his policies in the eyes of his supporters, even when those policies were met with significant opposition. Trump's ability to define reality through language was not limited to issues. It extended to his self-presentation. He consistently referred to himself as a winner, a term that played into his narrative of success and strength. Even when faced with setbacks, he used language to reframe the situation in his favor, presenting losses as temporary or part of a larger plan. This linguistic self-assurance bolstered his image and made him appear confident and unshakable to his followers. Simplification as a tool of influence. Another aspect of Trump's linguistic style was his use of oversimplification. Complex issues like trade agreements, healthcare reform, and foreign policy were reduced to simple, often one-dimensional ideas. Rather than delve into the nuances of these subjects, Trump offered straightforward solutions that sounded appealing, even if they were impractical. By simplifying complicated topics, he made them accessible to a broader audience and positioned himself as a man of action rather than a typical, indecisive politician. This oversimplification also made it easier for his supporters to rally behind him.
Yes.
People are more likely to be motivated by a clear, uncomplicated message than by a detailed, nuanced argument.
That is another thing with the zealot divestors, is that she'll pull up a Google presentation, you know, put the logo, start the show, slide down, show pictures, show videos. You know why? Because in Black culture, lectures was a big thing. You had people having 12-hour lectures that were being sold out here. The Hotep community was big about lectures. So she knew psychologically what people were used to. They know psychologically that, well, I have to say she knows psychologically that you've been taught in school when you had to look at PowerPoint presentations and make our own. You go to school, you go to even college, this is how things are presented. She said herself that she once was a teacher. But again, it's all psychological and very simple, but very impactful.
Trump's promises, such as bringing back jobs or renegotiating trade deals, were easy to understand and seemed attainable, even when the realities were far more complex. The simplicity of his language created a sense of clarity and direction, something that appealed to those who felt overwhelmed by the intricacies of modern politics. The role of body language and nonverbal cues. While language was a key part of Trump's persuasive arsenal, it wasn't just what he said that mattered. It was also how he said it. Trump's body language, tone, and nonverbal cues amplified the impact of his words. His forceful gestures, such as jabbing his finger or waving his arms, projected authority and strength. His confident posture and commanding voice made him appear in control, reinforcing his image as a decisive leader. Trump's use of nonverbal communication was also evident in the way he dominated debates and press conferences. By interrupting opponents, speaking over them, or using dismissive gestures, he conveyed an air of dominance. These
Zealot divester, kick people off the show. I'll find that clip. All right, as an example. Keep listening.
tactics sent a subconscious message to his audience that he was the alpha figure. Someone who wouldn't back down or be intimidated. His physical presence and assertive delivery made his words feel more powerful and persuasive. Conclusion: the psychological impact of Trump's language. Trump's mastery of language was a major factor in his rise to political prominence. By using simple, emotionally charged language, repetition, and strategic framing, he connected with people on a visceral level. His rhetoric bypassed rational analysis and tapped into deeper emotions, making his message resonate even with those who might not fully agree with his policies. The psychological power of his words lay in their ability to evoke strong feelings, shape perceptions, and create a sense of identity among his followers. In an era where communication is instantaneous and often emotionally driven, Trump's linguistic style proved to be highly effective.
Highly effective. Let's go. Let me give y'all an example right here. I cannot stand this motherfucker's voice. I cannot. But let's go.
The Alpha Black Lion roar. In tonight's episode, we got more
I want
beautiful
y'all to
footage
just
for
listen
you.
to this.
Yours truly
Hold
was
on.
able to sneak into
I'm trying to learn not to talk while the audio's going. I want y'all to listen to this interaction. Let me just hope he just gets to it faster. Hold on.
her panel.
I was here on this call, but let's see what this is what he said, but I'm gonna tell you what is going on.
Exposing her and bringing up what she did last week.
Last week you called yourself a bitch.
Oh my God.
Last week you
That's not it. My bad. Oh man, hold on. Habitual crime breaker. Hold on. I'm trying to see. Oh, that's a reaction. Okay. I'm trying to see the one where it was a woman. Regina. Here we go. Here we go, Regina.
Come back to the divested zealot risk.
Okay, hold on, y'all. I can't win. Let's go. Listen.
And anybody in any race of man to take full advantage of you.
On predator since day one. So why keep trying more of the same and it's on you?
The predator from day one? That's right.
Okay, that's Regina. Hold on.
To take full advantage of you.
On predator since day one. So why keep trying more of the same and it's on you?
The predator from day one?
Okay, so this is a mammy. Well, I don't want to come in. Well, it's still a mammy because I've talked to this Regina before, but listen.
That's right.
Yeah.
From what is
Absolutely.
day one?
What do you mean? What's day one?
Define day one as
Since before slavery.
Before, like, even in Africa? That's with any culture.
Yes, in Africa, the Moors.
But that's with any culture.
I'm not any culture. I'm a
We ain't
motherfucking
any
black
culture.
woman.
We talk about black.
See, I'm not any culture. Look at the psychology of it. I'm a black woman. Because the reality is that's what we are here in America. It does not matter even if you have Caribbean in your bloodline. You're still part of the diaspora of America if you're here. You're not in the Caribbean. I'm not in the Caribbean. I'm here in America. Right? So I'm speaking from the perspective of being here in America as a black woman in America. Right? Stand on that.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, that's what I said.
Because that's the hypnosis that the black woman is under. She's going way back there. She's going way back there in a place that she ain't never been before. She's talking about a cultural time that she has no fucking clue about.
In the beginning. It's
What do you
not
mean?
for me, it's
You see, the woman asked her, she said that the black man has been the number one predator to black women since day one. And the woman asked her, what does she mean by day one? And she couldn't answer. She was just hesitating and pausing because she didn't have an answer ready. And a woman was very intelligent and she caught her off guard.
That's what he believes. Okay? That's what he believes in his dusty brain. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. I want you to pay attention. Get out your emotions and pay attention to what the host is saying to her.
It's not just a black man. It's any man.
It is black men for black women. Period.
You want black men out of
I don't want black
women's lives?
So even if a woman brings a feminist perspective and say, hey, all men are trash. This is how they're going to reverse. Remember the 40 manipulation tactics. The reverse psychology they're going to say is, we know that you black women don't date outside your race. We know that you black women believe in the black man and believe that's the only thing y'all date because y'all state that. Everybody knows that. So y'all have no clue about being either dating a man of another race or being even around people of another race. So when you say all men, we know that you're referring to that because of your experience with the black men. This is the psychology of it. So therefore, when you say all men who? Because even if y'all go and date outside your race, I'm speaking from what the psychology of this. Even if y'all date outside your race, y'all dating powder dusty. If y'all date outside your race, y'all don't know how to date outside your race for somebody who is their race. They have to be close to what the black male is. I have heard black women say, well, I need to still have a nigga. I need to have a nigga. She knows that. And that's why she's keeping the conversation focused on that. And this is why you get demolished when you say all men. Because it's like, no, the black man didn't give you love, so now you're giving it to all men. See how it works?
I don't want black men to exist. That's just the fact of the matter. Because they're the ones that's raping your children at 62.
So she said that she don't want black men to exist.
Nope.
She said that she want to get rid of all black men. So when you get rid of all black men, and if she think that black men are the number one worst, most dangerous, violent men in the world to black women. So once she gets rid of all of the black men, then the men that were the number two most dangerous men, then guess what? They will be the number one dangerous men.
See, you see how he flipped? You see what he did there? First of all, I don't believe that. I believe, honestly, I really feel like if y'all don't exist no more, like I'm thinking, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, let me be quiet. Let me get myself out here. Let me separate myself. No, the zealot divestors are saying this. You need to disappear. That means your history, your civil rights need to go away. Your Black History Month needs to go away. Your history itself needs to go away because your history is horrible. Because I'm speaking psychologically from the dark psychology of the divested Black woman, because of you selling your own people, your own women, you have caused all of these problems. You are the cause of all of these problems that is happening today. We would not have PTSD, post-traumatic slavery disorder, if the Black male did not do what he did, if he did not exist. That's what the divested Black woman is saying. You need to disappear. You need to be extinct. That includes the powdered dusties, which is the Hispanic and the Latin, which are also niggas, along with the Africans, which are also niggas and also dusties. They only want non-Black males to exist because that is what's going to make everything better. This is the dark psychology of the divested Black woman.
So what do you do after you get rid of all of the Black men who she claims is the number one?
Shit, party. Shit, have a good time. Motherfucking not have to do them dumbass dances y'all be doing.
Most violent threat to the Black woman. So if you get rid of the Black man, then who will be the number two most violent man to the Black woman? Let's see. She lives in the United States. If she get rid of the Black man, then who else is left? That will be the white man. So her next genocide will be against the white men, because then if all of them were...
No, it won't. No, the fuck it won't. That's what you fail to realize.
Dating white men, then guess what? All of the predatory things that she claims Black men are doing to Black women, then guess what? If white men and Hispanic men will be the only men left to date Black women, then guess what? All of
they won't be here. She wants him to go too, baby. Okay. Booby bear over there, boo-boo. Boo-boo. She wants them to go too. She wants anything that's associated with the shit log to go. She wants Black, Hispanic, and Latin gone. Those are all the niggas. Those are the first ones that Trump, did you realize that those are the first ones that Trump got rid of? Trump said those are the molesters. Those are the ones kidnapping the children. Did y'all peep that? the ones, and then he did it in order. He got rid of them, and then he ended up getting out he got rid of the Caribbean immigrants, cut off the U.S. help, and now he about to get rid of those Asians.
Violence and all of the beating and molesting and all of this thing.
At the end of the day, Trump did a Black History Month celebration at the White House. He did a Black History Month at the White House with FBAs. So he's still showing something to the foundational Black Americans. And see, you are not a foundational Black American. You from the Caribbean. The Caribbean is where all the rebellious slaves were sent. The Caribbean is fucked up. A lot of y'all are running. A lot of y'all would never go back to y'all island. Y'all go back to visit. And a lot of y'all, when y'all go back to visit, y'all don't really go back to y'all town. Y'all be doing what the Americans do and visiting the tourist side.
That she claimed it will skyrocket because more Black.
A lot of y'all don't be wanting to go back to the Caribbean because y'all family's so poor that they be wanting your pants and your shirts and your shoes. Y'all can't even wear nice shoes when y'all go back. Some of y'all family life is so poor over there in the Caribbean. Y'all be like, Auntie, please, no. Auntie Rosie, can we just stay in the tourist park? Do we have to go all the way into the island?
Women will be dating non-Black men. And mainly in America, those are Hispanic men and white men.
Oh, baby, because there's a lot of Black and Hispanic. That's why they ask you. They ask you on the application. What's your race? Are you Hispanic? They ask you that. Black, Hispanic, and Latin. When they talk about people with the highest HIV and AIDS rate, they say Black and Latin. It's never Black. It's never Black, Latin, and Hispanic. It's always together. It ain't Black and Asian. It ain't Black and European. Nobody ever asked you that. Why they never ask you if you European descended? Why they never ask you that? Why they never ask you if you Asian descended? Why they never put it together? Think about that.
But they want to go after the white man, the same white man that has already abused Black women since the time of slavery. But she's saying that.
This is what I love about the zealot divester. You see that? Said you say that about the white male. But here's the thing. A lot of white men had children with their slaves and their children was free with that slave woman. Is that a lot of hate? What about that? You got killed if you had a child with that white woman. You can die. But she didn't die. Her children could be free. And that is where the jealousy is on that slave field.
Black men has been the number one predator to Black women since day one.
Yeah. They're the ones that's beating your ass 3 times as likely than other households. Every time something bad happens, we're talking about not all and other cultures do it, right? But as soon as a Black man is whooping your motherfucking ass, you calling somebody from another culture to come help you. You're not saying, well, I'm not going to call the cops because the cop that show up here might be white. And in his culture, they whoop ass too. I don't want you to be disingenuous about this situation. You know good and motherfucking well that the majority of Black women are with Black men. No.
Now watch what she said. Now watch how we get her busted. She said that don't be a hypocrite when she says that Black men are the most violent to Black women. And then
he's getting emotional. It seems like he's being logical, but he's getting very emotional. So emotional that he doesn't even realize he's proving her point. Let's go.
If a Black woman who she would call a mammy, someone who support Black men, if they say that it's not only Black men who do violence to women, it's white.
He identifies a mammy as someone who supports Black men. Isn't that what she does? She defends the undefendable about the Black male. Does the mammy not do that? See, she doesn't have to say anything.
men do it too. Men of every race do it. Her response was, well, if a black man is beating you, or if you in a situation and you call the cops and a white cop show up, don't say, I don't want the white cop to come because the white cops beat people too. She's basically saying, don't be a hypocrite. But in that same line of thinking, what if a black cop show up? Then what do you say? Do you say you don't want help from the black cop? You see how?
But majority of the time, a black cop is not going to show up. And to be honest, if a black male cop was to show up, you're not going to trust it. I'm just saying. But majority of the time, when does a black male cop ever show up?
I don't think her arguments through enough, and it backfired on her. She's not clever, more clever than me.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Actually, she is.
Okay. Well, those are their number one predators. And what I'm saying is open up your options so you can stop.
Predator. See how she said? You can tell this woman, she gotta be around 60. You can just hear it in the sound of her voice. She got to be at least 58 years old.
You talk the same way when you say her name wrong, when you call her zealot, when it's zealot.
This woman is too damn old to be acting the way she does.
Stop having to share these niggas. Stop having to close off yourself to the rest of the world because you black. Really?
But you say that we're saying the same thing, though. You get what I'm saying? Like you just said to 86 them, but then get other cultures. Like that don't make sense.
It makes a lot of sense. There's nothing in this world right now for women.
You see, Regina made an excellent point. She said, you're saying to 86 and
Regina's not making an excellent point. Regina's not listening.
In other words, kill all 4 black men and then go to other cultures of men who do the exact same thing, because people of every race do bad things. Everyone is human. So like I said, when you kill all 4 the black men, diarrhea zealot, which will never happen. Let's say in your world, you had the opportunity to kill all 4 the black men. Then when you move to the next race of men,
don't speak too fast, because I'm telling you, it's a movement. There's going to be a lot of black women. This is how it's going to happen. This is my theory. As time goes on, meaning the generations coming up from millennials to Gen Z and up, you still have some millennial women that still got that mammy mentality and stuff, but the Gen Z and on, you know what I'm saying? But after Gen Z and this generation of women get up here, what's going to happen is going to find a lot of black women that's not going to date black males. And what you're going to see is any black woman who still dates black males, her life is going to be complete shambles and shit. And so the image of the black family or any type of black life is going to look like this woman is with the lowest of low male and they live poverty. It doesn't matter if he is whatever status or whatever he is. Their image is never going. It's actually already there. You want to be honest with you. It's already there, but it's going to be where if you date them, you ain't shit. Watch what I tell you.
They will be the new number 1 men on the planet that do violence to black women. So what do you do then in that situation? Do you kill all of them off too?
And that are alive today and interested in dating, there's no reason, absolutely no reason for them to start with a black man first. There's a million reasons why they shouldn't.
But you started from a black man, right?
I don't give a fuck. Fuck that nigga too. Just like that.
See, they always want to argue that. Let me tell you something. And this is the dark psychology. This is where you cannot get hooked. So fucking what? That your daddy is black. So I'm trying to tell you the dark psychology of divested. So fucking what if your daddy was black, your grandpa was black, and they black, and so what if your goddamn sons is black? Yeah, that part. Is yeah.
You see what she said? Regina told her, you started from a black man. And she said, fuck that nigger too. This is the type of, and I guarantee you, her father has already passed away. And what did the Bible say? It say, honor your mother and your father, so your days will be long upon the earth.
And that is why she is an atheist. That's why she has no beliefs. You see? Because that is also hypnosis and mind trickery. Religion, the Bible, the Quran, Circle 7 Quran, the Kabbalah. You see? That's where her true power is. She's not moved by none of that shit. She doesn't even believe in that shit.
That the Lord God have given you. This woman does not even respect her own father. That shows you that she got no loyalty. The own father, the own man.
No fucking loyalty. No respect for the black male. That's power. She don't give a fuck about slavery. The divested black woman don't give a fuck about slavery. The divested black woman does not give a fuck about black history. She gives a fuck about now. She gives a fuck about what is going on in these times. What it is that I see. She's using her wisdom, making the decision that she's making, and it works for her.
That she come from, she do not respect him. She said, fuck her dead father.
Mm-hmm.
This shows you that this woman is a...
Now his reverse psychology is saying that her dad's dead. How can he say that her father's dead? He doesn't know this woman. He can't say what her relationship with her father is. Is his daddy dead? Why is he saying that?
A piece of trash. And guess what? She probably didn't even mean it, but she had to go with it to keep her narrative going.
Why she didn't mean it? Do you see? Do you see the delusion? See, religion and all is staying in the light and it's good stuff. Black women, pay attention to this. This is what he keeps trying to do to you. He keeps hypnotizing you with this foolishness. No, you accept what you see and hear. Maya Angelou said, when someone tells you who they are, believe it. That means whatever comes out their mouth, believe it. She's telling you. She said, fuck him. Don't try to make it something else that it's not. This is the hypnosis that you continue to be under, black women. This is why these type of public platforms and people like this Alan fucking Dusty is the perfect person for her to be the case study. Do you see how the artistry of manipulation and all of this? The artistry of manipulation, she don't have to respond to him. She don't have to say nothing. All you have to do is listen and pay attention enough. And you still going to go on her side and go behind the wall and listen to her and talk to her directly because you can see her wisdom.
This woman is a fake. You can tell that she is fake and that she is phony. And that's why she hides behind her avatar.
Mm-hmm.
So your childhood was messed up too?
No. Here's the thing. Look at this. They laughed at her. That was good. They all laughed at her. You know, that's the same laugh that we all got when we would, divested black women would talk about black males and the shit that they were doing and the violence and the abuse. Yeah. You see how it goes? And then now what happens is Regina is going to try to dig into her and talk about her childhood and stuff. But look how Divested Zealot responds to that.
My childhood wasn't messed up. It wasn't optimum, but it.
Hear what she said. Regina asked her, was her childhood messed up? She said her childhood was not messed up. Now, listen to the rest of what she'll say.
Was it messed up? And as a matter of fact, the person that messed up my childhood was a family friend who actually touched my pussy when I was 7.
You see, she said her childhood was not messed up. Then she turned around and said the person who messed her childhood up.
80% of black women are molested before the age of 18, and we know that number is higher than that. That's the facts. 80% of Black women are molested before the age of 18, and we know the numbers is higher than that. And you know whose number is higher? The Native Americans. And how many Black people always connect their life to the Native Americans of women who are molested before the age of 18?
She is a fool. This woman say anything and don't even remember what she said a sentence before. The woman asked her, was your childhood messed up? She said, no, my childhood was not messed up. And then she said, the person who messed her childhood up.
Was it messed up? And as a matter of fact, the person that messed up my childhood was a family friend who actually touched my pussy when I was messed up.
Let me tell y'all something, and this is what I stand on. If you ain't attracted to somebody that's dark skinned, you stand on that. If you ain't attracted to somebody who's Black, who has those Black phenotypes, you stand on that. You don't got to explain nothing to nobody. You don't got to, you want to talk about that? Go talk to your therapist about that. But make sure that therapist is not a fucking mammy. That's my point. You don't have to explain nothing to nobody. You don't got to explain shit to nobody. Let me also help you understand something else too. However you feel, whatever your preference is, whatever your type is, whatever you like, that's what you like. And if you are not attracted to someone who is Black, dark skinned, whatever, and you prefer non-Black, that's what the fuck you prefer. You think locks are ugly? That's how you feel. You ain't gotta let nobody try to psychologically, motherfuckers that ain't even certified or even finished high school trying to psychologically tell you what your life is and why it's the way that it is. No, you do your own internal therapy. You do your own shadow work. And even while you do it, you ain't got to change nothing. You feel how you feel, and that's the end of it. I stand on that. And that is the dark psychology. That's the dark psychology of yourself. Let's keep going.
As a matter of fact, the person that messed up my childhood was a family friend who actually touched my pussy. Was it messed up? And as a matter of fact, the person that messed up my childhood was a family friend who.
You see that? She said, my childhood wasn't messed up.
This Dusty Allen nigga, he's a pervert. And he watches a lot of porn. And he probably touches underage girls too. Because why the fuck would you keep playing that over and over? And that's a trauma in her life. Pay attention.
Up. And then she went and said, the person who messed my childhood up. You are a stupid fool, Diarrhea Zealot. This is funny. Let me show you again. She contradicted herself in less than 1 second.
Why is that funny? I want you all to ask yourself right now, right in your nose, what is the dark psychology of this? Why is it funny that she was sexually violated by a family friend at 7 years old? Why is that funny?
Was it messed up? And as a matter of fact, the person that messed up my childhood was a family friend who actually touched my. Was it messed up? And as a matter of fact, the person that messed up my childhood was a family. Was it messed up? And as a matter of fact, the person that messed up my childhood was a family.
Listen to this. She said, my childhood wasn't messed up. As a matter of fact, the person.
Hey, nigga, monkey, ape, lion, nigga, whoever you are, you a child molester. You a pedophile. You touch little kids. Because why is this funny?
No, messed my childhood up. I should put that on loop. I should make a song out of that. My childhood wasn't messed up. As a matter of fact, the person who messed my childhood up. Let's play that again.
Why would you play that why would you keep playing that as a loop? I just want y'all to look at just pay attention.
Messed up. And as a matter of fact, the person that messed up my childhood was a family. Was it messed up? And as a matter of fact, the person that messed up my childhood was a family. Was it messed up? And as a matter of fact, the person that messed up my childhood. Was it messed up? And as a matter of fact, the person that messed up my childhood was a family.
You fool. Someone, whoever listen to this, I give you rights to make a song out of that. My childhood wasn't messed up, but as a matter of fact, the person who messed my childhood up, my childhood wasn't messed up, but as a matter of fact, this woman is a fool, man.
Friend who actually touched my pussy when I was 7 years old. He was Black. You gonna defend his ass too?
So now she claiming that she was molested when she was 7 years old.
like she said, you gonna defend his ass too, Regina? But you know what she did? She hit a chord in Regina because Regina was molested too. See how it works? See how it works? The zealot divestors, they know black women. They know the psychology of the black woman. They know the psychology. Do you know the Mammy is the most abused black woman? She knows that. And that's why it's so easy for her to get her all riled up, because she knows that. And she knows that this is the type of male that black women are fucking. The one that's talking right now, she knows that. So she knows that if this is what you are fucking, this is who you are. Therefore, the world says this is who you are.
Years old, and that some man touched her nasty, slimy, disgusting pussy of a diarrhea smelling pussy of diarrhea zealot. Who would touch?
So you defending the man that molested her? Oh, so now he's defending the man that molested her. Is that okay? Y'all don't see this? He's defending the man that molested her and called her pussy dirty when she was 7 years old.
I bet his fingers fell off if that really happened. Let's hear that again.
Oh, how he's so in detail with it. Why? Because that's what the fuck he do. He's a child molester. Oh, this is the child molester response channel. This is the pedophile response channel. Okay, so I know what to call you now. The Dusty Allen nigga pedophile response channel. Got you.
Was it messed up? And as a matter of fact, the person that messed up my childhood was a family friend who actually touched my pussy when I was 7.
You know what? She messed I can't even eat now. She messed my appetite up.
You can't eat because you're thinking about a 7-year-old pussy being touched and fingered by a grown man? Also, you watch child pornography too.
Who would touch that? And as a matter of fact, if that happened to you, diarrhea zealot, why don't you turn him in? Why didn't you turn him in? Why are you caping for him? Why didn't you turn him in? Why are you protecting him? Why are you being a mammy, like you say? Why are you protecting him if that happened? Why won't you call his name out? Huh? Why won't you call his name out? Why are you keeping it private? Because you're lying. That's why.
Years old. He was black. You gonna defend his ass too?
No, actually, I'm not.
Okay, cool.
Actually, was in a similar situation. It's just that I don't 86 the black culture.
Well, that's on you, Regina.
I know that's what they said to call, and I called to state my opinion. I was just saying that domestic violence is wrong across the board.
Yeah,
for me, that's just all.
Hey, let's not.
That's right, Regina. You got her against the wall. Now she's gonna say something stupid about cats. And you know what's funny, man? These women.
Actually, Regina's against the wall. Regina is, not her. Regina's against the wall. Regina is her childhood just got triggered just that fast.
All of these bitter black bitches, they come to her panel like she is the guru or something. And they go and listen like she's the guru.
Black males cannot stand a black woman who has a voice that can move other women. This is why he uses the mammy for his rhetoric. The black male cannot stand when the black woman chooses her voice to help other black women. He likes it when her voice is used to hurt black women, because that's how much he hates black women.
Just to listen to a bitter black bitch, like she's the guru bitter black bitch, and her show is where all of the lesser bitter black bitches go to.
Divested Blk has a nice view of people on her channel. And trust, he is watching that. And he is watching the responses that she get that agree with her. he is realizing that there's no one being kicked out, that there are a group of women in the chat room agreeing. He's going behind the wall and he's realizing in the private chat that there are women that are agreeing. He's realizing that she's not getting trolled or crazy and that her voice is the voice of reason. He's going to her Patreon and seeing that she has an audience of people who are listening and following her. And that bothers his spirit.
To worship the queen bitter
this
black.
Is 2 years ago. Okay. And the views is popping much more because where is this pedophile Dusty Allen nigga responding? What happened to you, pedophile? Where you go? Because he has not responded no more.
Bitch, it's ridiculous, man.
Or talk each other. Cats whoop each other's asses too. I mean, saying white people fight each other, that's I'm not a cat, so I don't give a fuck about cats fighting. I'm black. And the people that beat up black women are.
She said that saying that all races have problems, she don't care about that. And then she used a stupid example about she's not a cat, so she don't care about what cats do, so she don't care about white.
I agree with her.
People fighting each other, but your whole panel is about divesting into white culture. You see how nothing she say makes sense, because
it's about what you do as a black woman. It's about what you choose as a black woman when you go date non-black. When you go, because it's not about the dating part. When you go out and you divest completely from the black community, to culture, the history, all of it. It's about what you do. When you carry yourself a certain way, you're not even going to attract that type of trash because you've left the trash behind you. You understand? Everything is burning behind you about everything with black people and black culture, and you're moving forward from that. That is the point.
Because if you're a woman and you leave black culture, the black community, then where else do you go? You go to a community of another race. So you mean to tell me you're not going to care about what that race is doing, and you have become a supporter?
No, you need to care about what you're doing. You need to care about what you're manifesting. You need to care about the frequency that you're on. That's the point.
And a member of that race, she claims she's married to a white man. She just exposed herself. Because if she was married to a white man, then how can she say she's not worried about the white community because she's not white and she's black? She's telling on herself. This woman is not married to a white man. She's
once again hypnosis. The hypnosis. Why you can't believe that she's married to a white man? Why you just can't? I can tell you that she is. I can tell you from the way that she does things. I can tell you from the way that she fights. I can tell you from the way she say things. I can tell you that she's married to a white man. I can tell you that because, see, I'm able to tell you that.
She's just collecting cash apps, and she's playing these women like a fool that they are. She's scamming them.
Usually either other black women or black males. Why are you invoking them into a black conversation where I'm trying to get black women to go somewhere else? What other folk got to do with
the
it?
thing that I was saying was you should in 86 black people or
You
black
should.
men out of your life. That's what I was
Absolutely.
saying.
Absolutely. You should do that. If somebody, so just say the real sentence.
So she's saying that the woman is telling her that you shouldn't commit genocide on an entire race of men. A woman that has morals and this demon is saying you should. This woman is and you know what? She's gonna bust hell wide open. Mark my words. And this
religion, that's your belief. You believe that. You believe that that's going to happen, but that doesn't mean that's going to happen. You quote from the Bible. That's what you believe in. You see how it all works? Do you see the tactics that everyone's trying to use? But it's not going to work on the zealot divester because she don't believe in that shit. See, the thing is, there's power in when you say, I'm not attracted to black males. I don't think it. I don't think that dark skin is beautiful. When a dark black males are beautiful. I don't believe that. I don't believe in it. So no matter what anyone says, it doesn't matter. You don't believe in it. She's an atheist. She don't believe in none of that shit. Tarot cards, spiritualities, numbers. She don't believe in it. So it holds nothing over her. You can't break her with that. You can't make her cower over that. See? This is the same thing with Trump. Yeah, he went to a church and that happened. But do y'all really know what Trump believes in? Has Trump ever expressed his beliefs? When we heard about his history as a child, did you hear anything about him going to church or Catholicism or none of that? Pay attention to that. This is the same thing with the zealot divester.
This woman is not happy. That's why she hides behind the...
He's going to keep bringing up hiding. There's no reason to show your face. Where's this pedophile's face? There's no reason to show your face. If you are a voice that has something to teach, something to present, something to show people through your voice, then present your voice. What you need to see what I look like for. It ain't important what I look like. What's important is what I'm saying to you, the message that I'm giving you. My avatar, the avatar is who I am. The avatar represents my persona and the role that I play when I get on this microphone and I speak. The avatar that she has is the role that she plays on this world stage in the message that she speaks. Doesn't matter what anybody looks like.
The avatar, because in real life, she don't promote what she's saying on the internet. In real life, she don't act the way she do on the internet. She don't talk filthy in real life. She do this behind the avatar because it's a character. It's a character that she's doing to get cash apps. She has turned this to a weekly job. And her stupid subscribers, they can't see that. Only thing she's doing is collecting cash apps.
Is that what you're doing, pedophile? Is that what you're doing, pedophile? And you're projecting onto her that that's what she's doing? Do you see? This is where it gets a little infantile. Where it is infantile and very childish. Who is this person to say what this woman is doing? Why can't this pedophile just simply listen to what's being said and bring something of logics to what she is saying? Not once has he brought any logics to what this woman is saying.
Running the same program. She's hypnotizing them for money.
You should not 86 your number one predator out of your life. That's really what you're saying.
Well, the black man isn't my predator.
Yes, he is.
I don't walk around fearing the black man.
Yes, he is.
You just said you was molested.
The woman said the black man is not her predator, a woman who can think for herself. And she said, yes, he is. This is a demonic Jezebel spirit of witchcraft trying to plant seeds in somebody's
religion. That's listen, black women, I'm gonna tell you something. Religion is another thing that is a dark hypnosis that you are under. Like, that is a deep, dark hypnosis that you are under with the black male. The black male is very good at using a book and words and all kind of stuff to get to your psyche, I promise you. Because I'm trying to tell you, these type of pedophilic black males that you hear right now, the Allen nigga is the most pedophilic of them all. He is the most ancestral of them all. Do you understand me? And he has and guess what? He has a nerve to have some kind of religion and spirituality or something. But this is the brainwashing of you, black woman, that you have to pay attention to black males like this. And that's a pedophile. This is a whole pedophile. He just made mockery of this woman being sexually abused at 7 years old and called her pussy nasty and said the man's fingers fell off. He don't even know how this man violated her at 7 years old, but he made a mockery because he's a pedophile and he's put his fingers in a 2-year-old.
Mine. This is demonic. This is witchcraft. And the women who follow her.
It's not demonic. It's not witchcraft. But is it not demonic in witchcraft what the black male is doing to the black woman? Is it not demonic in witchcraft what the black male is doing to the black woman? See, you see how they play these games? See how they use these words to try to get to you?
She was able to seduce them.
Seduce.
She said to them, yes, the black man is your number one predator. But to this woman, she got a strong mind and she could implant that seed in this woman's.
He used the word seduce.
Mind. And that demon and diarrhea zealot kept telling her.
He needs to respond to his notifications.
Her, yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Not black man.
I was.
Oh, wow. So he's not your predator.
So he's not your
He has
predator.
no power over me at all.
The indoctrination is
Girl,
strong.
he had power over you the moment he.
So that's what that is. I don't want to hear them other nasty sounding bitches. That other bitch sound like she smoked 50 packs of cigarettes a day.
Oh, so you didn't want to hear how the other women was going in and psychologically getting into her psychology of how the hell do you even perceive that to not be your predator when you were violated as a little girl by this dusty black male? Do you see how it goes? The zealot divester knows this about the black woman. She knows your abuse. She knows what you've been through. She knows the brainwashing that you've experienced. She knows. She knows that you got touched and the mammy didn't do nothing for you. She knows that's why you are out here going so hard against the woman, because you're mad at that woman who didn't defend you when that dusty violated you. And you're so stuck that you end up fucking your child molester, which is the dusty black male, which is the black male. This is what she's telling you because she knows that. I know that. I know a mammy that happened to her. No one defended her, and she hates women. But she has all this thing that she has for the black male. You see how it goes? You're with your child molester. You're with the one who abused you, who violated you. She knows the mammy will tell you to go back to the same one who abused you. She knows that. All right, we're getting back to Trump. But notice that pedophile, Alan Dusty, notice that he didn't continue when the other women were talking to her. Yeah, that part. Let's go. Let's get back to Trump. Let's go.
His approach has left a lasting impact on political communication, illustrating the importance of simplicity, repetition, and emotional appeal in modern rhetoric. As we continue to analyze the power of language in shaping public opinion, Trump's strategies offer valuable insights into the art of persuasion and the enduring influence of words in the political arena. Chapter 7: The Psychology of Loyalty, Creating a Movement and a Following. Donald Trump's political success cannot be fully understood without examining the deep, almost unwavering loyalty of his followers. While loyalty to political figures is common, the degree of devotion Trump inspired transcended traditional support. His base viewed him not simply as a candidate or president, but as a leader of a movement, a figure who embodied their values and stood as their protector in a rapidly changing world. In this chapter, we delve into the psychology behind this exceptional loyalty and explore how Trump's unique strategies forged a powerful, enduring connection with his supporters. The creation of an us versus them mentality. A central aspect of Trump's ability to foster loyalty was his masterful use of division. From the very start of his campaign, Trump framed political discourse as a battle between two opposing forces. Us, his supporters, and them, the elites, immigrants, the media, and anyone who opposed him. By creating a stark dichotomy, Trump turned his political rallies, speeches, and media appearances into battlegrounds where his supporters were united by a common cause, to defend the values they felt were under siege. This kind of division is powerful because it taps into deep psychological tendencies that drive group behavior. Human beings are naturally inclined to form in groups, communities of people they identify with and feel connected to. By presenting himself as the figurehead of a political and cultural resistance, Trump gave his followers a sense of belonging to something greater than themselves. They were no longer just voters. They were part of a movement fighting for the survival of their way of life. This us versus them mentality was reinforced by Trump's language. Terms like drain the swamp.
If you are new to area of refuge systems, need a refresher before bidding an install, or gathering information,
Make America great again. And fake news were not just catchy phrases, they were battle cries. They made the struggle feel real and immediate. His supporters didn't just agree with his policies. They believed they were fighting a fight for their values, their families, and their future. This sense of urgency and existential struggle created a deep emotional connection between Trump and his followers, building a shared identity. Trump's ability to create a shared identity among his followers was another key psychological factor that fostered loyalty. He positioned himself as the protector of traditional American values, values that many of his supporters felt were being threatened by societal and political changes. In Trump's rhetoric, these values were often framed in a nostalgic light, evoking an idealized version of the past when America was prosperous, strong, and unified. His promises to restore these values created a sense of shared identity among his base. This shared identity was reinforced at his rallies, where followers not only heard the language of unity, but also participated in it. The communal experience of attending a Trump rally, chanting his slogans, and engaging with other supporters created a bond that went beyond political ideology. For many, it was about being part of a tribe, a community that held similar beliefs and faced similar challenges in a changing world. The psychological concept of in-group favoritism helps explain why Trump's followers were so loyal. Once people feel that they belong to a group, they are more likely to defend that group's interests, often to the exclusion of others. For Trump's base, loyalty to him wasn't just about agreeing with his policies. It was about defending their place in society. This sense of we versus they gave them a powerful reason to remain loyal, even in the face of controversies or scandals that Trump's charismatic leadership. Another factor in the loyalty Trump inspired was his role as a charismatic leader. Charismatic leaders have a unique ability to inspire devotion and admiration in their followers. They are often seen as larger-than-life figures who offer not only solutions to problems, but also hope and a sense of purpose. Trump's larger-than-life persona, amplified by his media presence and showmanship, contributed to this image of him as a figure who could lead his followers to greatness at his rallies. Trump often spoke in grand terms, presenting himself as the only one capable of saving America from the forces that threatened it. His confidence, coupled with his outsider status, made him appear authentic and untainted by the corruption of Washington. For his followers, this authenticity created a personal connection to him. He was not just a politician, but someone who truly understood their struggles and frustrations. Moreover, Trump's approachability played into his charismatic appeal. He often framed his supporters as friends or even family, creating a sense of intimacy despite the scale of his rallies. His followers felt that he was one of them, not a distant, elite figure. This personal connection further solidified the bond of loyalty between Trump and his base. The role of confirmation bias and echo chambers. Trump's use of social media, particularly Twitter, played a significant role in reinforcing loyalty by creating an echo chamber for his followers. Social media platforms allowed Trump to communicate directly with his supporters, bypassing traditional media and ensuring that his messages were not diluted or distorted. His supporters, in turn, would often share these messages, further amplifying his influence. The echo chamber effect is a powerful psychological phenomenon where individuals are exposed only to information that reinforces their existing beliefs. In Trump's case, his followers were frequently exposed to narratives that confirmed their distrust of the media, the political establishment, and other groups they saw as threats. This reinforcement created a sense of US versus them that was perpetuated through social media interactions. Furthermore, Trump's rhetoric played into confirmation bias, the tendency for people to seek out information that aligns with their pre-existing views. By framing issues in simple, emotionally charged terms, Trump made it easy for his followers to find confirmation of their beliefs, further entrenching their loyalty. His supporters didn't just agree with his views. They believed that his message validated their lived experiences and struggles. The psychological bond of shared grievances. Loyalty to Trump was not built solely on positive feelings toward him. It was also fueled by shared grievances. Many of his followers felt alienated by what they saw as the decline of traditional American values and the rise of political correctness, multiculturalism, and economic globalization. Trump understood this resentment and harnessed it to build loyalty. By voicing the frustrations of his base, particularly those in rural and working-class America, Trump presented himself as the champion of the forgotten man and woman. His rhetoric about bringing back jobs, protecting borders, and putting America first resonated with people who felt left behind by the changing economy and social landscape. This sense of shared grievance created a bond that went beyond mere political ideology. It became a collective movement to restore what was perceived as lost. Trump's ability to articulate these grievances, often with blunt force, made his followers feel understood and validated. Their loyalty to him grew out of a shared sense of victimhood and a belief that he was their protector in a world that seemed increasingly hostile to their values.
Warning, if you've been injured in a recent car accident, do not accept the settlement before using this 30-second calculator.
It goes back to what I said. The Black divested woman, or the zealot divested woman, was the voice. She is the voice. She was brave enough to say the things that we already felt. She was brave enough to go against the mammy, to fight the mammy. She was brave enough to say, you know what? Here's the problems. And there's no denying it. She's brave enough to use words like your number one predator sold you into slavery, shit log, and I can go on and on and on. The N word with the hard R. When she started, she had a black woman swinging from a tree and a man hanging from a tree. And psychologically, everybody thought that that was the black male. Everybody got hanged. Everybody got whipped in those times. That was their form of punishment. You can get whipped with 3 lashes or more if you taught a slave how to read. And she knew that. So she struck a chord from the start with one picture before she took it down, and then you had the T picture. Now, when you are a divested black woman, when you see images like this in these times, and images like this, you are not offended. You don't feel no type of way. You don't feel no anger. That's the dark psychology of the Black divested woman. The divested black woman is a black Hitler. She is the black KKK against the black male. You see? This is the image that she showed. People hanging from trees. She hides behind a mask, just like the KKK does, hide behind a mask and say the things that they say. She could care less, I'm going to say it again, about black history, about slavery, about the black community, because she sees it as complete goddamn filth. This is what the zealot divester is doing when she tells the black woman about the black male. See, the thing is, the divested black woman, she's burning down everything, but she's saving you. She's taking you out, but she's letting that mammy burn with that black male. Excuse me. She's letting that mammy burn with that black male. I feel nothing when I see this. I have no emotions. I have no care. You understand? It is what it is. And this is what it's about with the divested Black woman. She hates the Black male. She will tell you that, just like the KKK, the Triple K will tell you that they hate the Black male. Notice that the American flag is being waved. There are Black women with the Proud Boys that tore down the January 6th. Why the fuck she don't care about the White House being tore down? Because the White House is built by a Black male. Okay? She does not care. And she wants you to know this. But see, here's the brainwashing that gets done. You don't want to believe it. The Black male wants you to say that this is a joke. These women don't believe this. There's no way that this history, and we can see this, and we can see all of this, and she doesn't care about it. And she doesn't care about Black males, and she don't care about, they don't want to believe it. They don't want to believe that it's true. Because you have to understand that he's delusional too. And even when he speaks his rhetoric against white people and all white supremacy, he's still a male, and he's still going to be on his side, and he's still going to be fucking women of other races. And that's just what it is. This is what the divested Black woman wants you to see. This is how supreme and extreme it is about how they want the Black male to be destroyed. The Black, Hispanic, and Latin male to be destroyed, and only the existence of non-Black males. You know why? To make things great again. Okay? I like that. All right. Let's go.
To a social movement. What set Trump apart from many politicians was his ability to transform political support into a social movement. He did not just rally people around policies. He united them around a vision of restoring American greatness and fighting against forces that threatened their way of life. This vision became a collective cause that transcended political ideology and created a sense of purpose among his supporters. Trump's movement was not just about winning elections. It was about creating a cultural shift. His loyal followers saw themselves as part of a long-term struggle to reclaim America's soul, and they were willing to fight for that cause. The sense of belonging, purpose, and shared values kept them engaged, even when Trump faced setbacks or controversies. Conclusion: the enduring power of loyalty. The loyalty that Donald Trump inspired in his followers is a testament to the power of identity, shared grievances, and charismatic leadership. By positioning himself as the voice of a disenfranchised group and framing political discourse as...
Let me show y'all something. This is what the zealot divestors want. This is the level of hate that they have. This is the level of not caring. That's what the pedophile Alan Dusty. Yeah, that's what he's not understanding. This is the level of hate that they want you to have for the Black male. This is the dark psychology. This is the level of hate that they have for the Mammy. They want her hanged too. They could care less. These images don't move them. These images are bullshit to them. This shit'll make them. Remember that image of the white girl smiling at the nigga being lynched? That white girl smiling at that nigga being lynched? That is the divested black woman. And that triggers you, doesn't it? That makes you feel some type of way, that someone would feel that way. But that's how they feel. If Trump brought lynching back and started to lynch black males as the death penalty like this in they suits, they won't give a fuck. If Trump did a mass deportation and had migrant camps, they won't give a fuck. See, that's how deep it is with Trump. This is the level of where people want it to go for people who are immigrants, as they call aliens. This is how dark it is. I'm not here to offend anybody. I'm here to understand. I'm here for you to understand the dark psychology of the zealot, divested black woman. Now listen more about Trump.
As an existential battle. Trump created a movement that was about more than just politics. It was about identity, community, and a shared sense of purpose. Chapter 8, The Legacy of Influence, Lasting Impact and Future Implications. Donald Trump's presidency marked a seismic shift in American politics, leaving behind a legacy that has reshaped the way politics is conducted, how media operates, and how leaders engage with the public. In this final chapter, we reflect on the enduring influence of Trump's methods and how his unconventional approach has altered the political landscape. Whether one views Trump's impact as positive or negative, his influence cannot be denied. His unique ability to wield power through media, his use of psychological tactics, and his manipulation of public discourse have set a precedent for future political leaders. The recasting of political leadership. Before Trump, political leaders were often expected to maintain a certain level of decorum, professionalism, and restraint. Trump's rise defied these traditional expectations, demonstrating that a leader could eschew the typical political norm and still resonate with millions. His brash, often controversial style, which relied heavily on self-promotion and media sensationalism, redefined the idea of leadership in the modern age. Trump's legacy lies in the way he used his image and persona as tools for political power. Unlike past leaders who focused on policy debates and coalition building, Trump recognized that in the age of social media and constant news cycles, control of one's image is just as crucial as mastering policy. His unorthodox approach to leadership, which included using social media as a direct line of communication with his supporters, has set a new benchmark for future political figures.
Girls, be careful with this new pink salt trick. I tried it and lost 17 pounds in just 10 days. I had to...
It showed that perception, rather than substance, could dominate political success. Media manipulation and the erosion of trust. One of the most profound aspects of Trump's legacy is his relationship with the media. From his first campaign rally to his final days in office, Trump was a master of media manipulation. His constant presence in the news cycle, often achieved through controversial or inflammatory statements, made him an unavoidable figure in American political life. Trump understood the power of media to shape public perception, and he harnessed this power to fuel his rise to the presidency. Trump's frequent attacks on the media, labeling outlets as fake news or enemy of the people, were not just political rhetoric. They were strategic moves to undermine the credibility of his critics and control the narrative. While this approach polarized the American public, it also weakened trust in traditional news outlets, creating a new era of media skepticism. His presidency has led to an environment where alternative media sources, social media platforms, and partisan news outlets hold greater sway over public opinion than ever before. In the long term, this has altered how people engage with the media. A significant portion of the American public now views mainstream media with deep mistrust, often seeking information from sources that align with their political views. This growing divide between mainstream media and alternative media will likely continue to shape political discourse in the years to come, influencing how political leaders communicate with their constituents. Psychological influence and political campaigns. Trump's influence has also altered the way political campaigns are run. His strategic use of emotional appeals, divisive rhetoric, and psychological manipulation in his speeches and public appearances has set a new standard for political campaigning. Where past campaigns emphasized policy debates and rational arguments, Trump's approach prioritized stirring the emotions of his base and framing issues in simple, easily digestible terms. Future political candidates, whether in the United States or abroad, are likely to adopt similar psychological tactics to win over voters. This could include greater use of emotional language, targeted social media campaigns designed to amplify divisive messages, and the cultivation of a loyal, base-driven following. By making his supporters feel personally connected to his narrative, Trump created a movement that transcended political ideologies, proving that effective campaigning relies not just on policy ideas, but on shaping the public's emotions and identity. Trump's ability to tap into the fears, frustrations, and hopes of the American public demonstrated the power of psychological influence in politics. His campaign showed that voters are not just influenced by facts and figures. They're swayed by their emotional reactions to issues. This understanding will likely drive the strategies of future political candidates, who may increasingly rely on psychological persuasion to garner support. The polarization of American society. Trump's tenure as president exacerbated the already existing divisions in American society. His inflammatory rhetoric and combative style deepened political polarization, particularly between urban and rural communities, liberals and conservatives, and various social and racial groups. His presidency underscored how divisive rhetoric could fuel distrust and animosity, leading to a more fractured society. While political polarization is not new to America, Trump's presidency marked a sharp intensification of these divides. His attacks on immigrant communities, his positioning of racial and ethnic groups as threats, and his disregard for political correctness fueled a sense of U.S. versus them that divided the country. In many ways, this polarization continues to echo in the current political climate, with Trump supporters and detractors finding it increasingly difficult to find common ground. This division will likely continue to shape American politics, with future leaders adopting similar tactics to galvanize their supporters and demonize their opponents. Whether these tactics will contribute to greater unity or further fracture the nation remains to be seen. But Trump's legacy will undoubtedly influence the strategies used to engage the American electorate for years to come. The future of populism. Trump's success has emboldened populist movements around the world. His ability to connect with working-class voters, his anti-establishment rhetoric, and his promise to drain the swamp have inspired similar leaders in Europe, South America, and elsewhere. These populist leaders often present themselves as champions of the people, positioning themselves against a corrupt and out-of-touch political elite. The global rise of populism, in part driven by Trump's example, represents a challenge to traditional political systems. Populist leaders, using similar tactics of media manipulation, divisive rhetoric, and identity politics, have been able to galvanize large portions of the electorate. As these movements continue to grow, they will likely reshape political systems, pushing for greater nationalism, stricter immigration policies, and economic protectionism.
My name is Adrian Mignati. I'm the CEO and founder of Looney, a mobile app studio based in France. At Looney, we face a lot of challenge in terms of user acquisition because you have
Trump's influence on global politics cannot be overstated. The methods he used to connect with voters and his rejection of globalism and establishment politics have paved the way for a new era of populist leaders who may adopt similar strategies to secure power. The long-term legacy of divisive rhetoric. While Trump's impact on politics will continue to unfold, it is clear that his divisive rhetoric and polarizing approach to leadership will leave a lasting mark on American society. The question remains whether his brand of politics will continue to thrive or if future leaders will take a different approach. Trump's legacy may not just be political. His methods have changed the nature of public discourse in America. Leaders will be more likely to appeal to emotion and identity politics, using social media and media manipulation to connect with voters and build loyalty. This shift in how politics is conducted will have far-reaching consequences for the future of democracy, governance, and public trust. Conclusion: a legacy that will echo through history. Trump's presidency has irreversibly altered the landscape of American politics and left a complex legacy that will be studied and debated for years to come. His use of media, his mastery of psychological influence, and his willingness to exploit societal divisions have set a new precedent for political leadership. Future leaders, both in the U.S. and worldwide, will undoubtedly look to Trump's strategies as a model for how to connect with voters and secure power. As we look to the future, the long-term implications of Trump's methods will continue to unfold, shaping political campaigns, public discourse, and social movements for generations. His legacy serves as a reminder of the power of image, the psychological influence of language, and the ways in which media can be wielded to change the course of history. How this legacy is remembered, and how future leaders build upon it, especially for those who felt disconnected from the broader American culture. It offered a space where they felt valued and understood, uniting them against the perceived forces of change that threatened their way of life. The community Trump fostered was built on shared values, loyalty, and a sense of mission. For many supporters, this movement provided a sense of purpose, a chance to stand up for what they believed in. Trump's leadership style, forceful, unfiltered, and unyielding, resonated with those who wanted a leader who reflected their frustrations and aspirations. The impact of polarization, strengthening his base, alienating others. Trump's divide-and-conquer strategy was a double-edged sword. While it strengthened his base and created a loyal following, it also deepened divisions within American society. His rhetoric alienated many, sparking strong opposition from those who saw his tactics as dangerous and divisive. For his critics, Trump's language represented an erosion of civility and an increase in hostility that threatened to tear at the social fabric of the country. However, for Trump, the polarization itself was a form of power. By solidifying his base, he created a loyal following that would stand by him through controversies and criticism. This loyalty gave him a level of support that was resilient to attacks from political opponents and the media. For Trump supporters, his willingness to stand firm against opposition only made him more appealing. In their eyes, he was not just a politician, but a symbol of resistance against forces they believed were destroying the country. The divisive nature of Trump's strategy meant that he was rarely seen as a neutral figure. People either strongly supported or strongly opposed him. This polarization allowed him to dominate the political conversation, as both his supporters and critics kept him at the center of national discourse. The divide-and-conquer approach was not just a means to an end. It was a defining feature of Trump's identity, a strategy that kept him in the spotlight and strengthened his influence. A leader in a divided nation. Trump's divide-and-conquer approach reshaped American politics, creating a movement that was both powerful and polarizing. By tapping into deep-seated divisions, he built a base of loyal supporters who saw him as a champion of their values. His willingness to embrace divisive rhetoric set him apart from traditional politicians, making him a symbol of defiance for those who felt marginalized by mainstream culture and politics. The impact of Trump's strategy has extended far beyond his presidency, leaving lasting divisions in American society. His approach to leadership, one that embraced controversy, stoked division, and galvanized his base, challenged the norms of American politics and redefined the way leaders connect with their supporters. As we move forward, the legacy of Trump's divide-and-conquer strategy will continue to shape the political landscape, illustrating the power of polarization in a nation that is still grappling with its own identity. Chapter 5: Mastering the Media. How Trump Commanded Attention. Donald Trump's rise in American politics was closely tied to his masterful use of the media. Unlike most politicians who treated the media with caution, Trump saw it as a powerful tool to be wielded, manipulated, and sometimes even antagonized to keep himself at the center of the public's attention. In this chapter, we'll explore how Trump's media strategies, from courting controversy to his groundbreaking use of Twitter, enabled him to dominate headlines, frame narratives, and project an image of authority that captivated audiences. Controversy as currency, Trump's media strategy. At the core of Trump's media approach was an understanding that controversy sells. He was willing to say what others wouldn't, knowing that his provocative remarks would generate headlines and bring him the exposure he desired. By intentionally making polarizing statements on issues like immigration, race, and national security, he often created a spectacle that mainstream media couldn't ignore. Rather than shy away from backlash, Trump leaned into it, framing himself as a fearless truth-teller in a world of political correctness. One of Trump's signature tactics was to create media moments, short, striking statements or actions that would grab attention and spark immediate debate. For example, his early statements about building a wall at the southern U.S. border or his criticism of establishment politicians branded him as an outsider willing to take drastic measures. These moments were tailor-made for media coverage, often overshadowing his opponents and ensuring that Trump, not the policies themselves, became the focus. Weaponizing social media, the power of direct communication. In the age of social media, Trump understood that he no longer needed to rely solely on traditional news outlets to reach the public. His use of Twitter revolutionized the way politicians communicate with their audiences, allowing him to speak directly to millions of people in real time. Through Twitter, he could bypass media gatekeepers, respond instantly to breaking news, and set the agenda without waiting for press conferences or prepared statements. That Trump's tweets were often crafted to provoke a strong reaction. His use of blunt language, exclamation marks, and nicknames for opponents added an emotional weight to his messages. For instance, referring to his political opponents with monikers like Crooked Hillary or Sleepy Joe was more than just name-calling. It was a psychological tactic to shape public perception. These labels were repeated so often that they became ingrained in the minds of his followers, influencing how they viewed his opponents. This direct communication also gave Trump a unique advantage. He could frame narratives immediately, often setting the tone for the news cycle before journalists could interpret or respond. By controlling the initial narrative, Trump forced media outlets to cover his statements, even if they were controversial or factually questionable. His tweets would frequently spark debates, forcing reporters, analysts, and even political opponents to respond on his terms, a strategy that kept him in the spotlight. Handling negative press, turning criticism into opportunity. While traditional politicians often tried to minimize negative press, Trump turned it to his advantage. He regularly attacked the media, labeling it the enemy of the people, and frequently accusing news outlets of spreading fake news. This approach served a dual purpose. It allowed him to cast doubt on any unflattering stories, and it strengthened his bond with supporters who already distrusted mainstream media. By consistently framing the press as biased or corrupt, Trump created an environment where his supporters questioned the legitimacy of negative stories. This tactic reinforced the perception that he was a lone warrior fighting against a hostile establishment. His criticisms of the press also fed into the broader narrative of his candidacy, that he was not only running against political opponents, but against an entire system that had supposedly failed the American people. In instances where stories about Trump were unflattering, he would often use deflection and counterattack as strategies. Rather than address specific accusations, he frequently shifted the focus to his critics, accusing them of being part of a witch hunt or implying that they were part of a conspiracy to bring him down. This technique not only diluted the impact of negative press, but also allowed Trump to reframe the conversation around his own themes of loyalty, patriotism, and anti-establishment sentiment. Media as a platform for image building. Trump's media approach was not merely about responding to news. It was about shaping an image that would resonate with voters. His carefully cultivated persona, a self-made billionaire, a tough negotiator, and a no-nonsense leader.
Managers, dry your tears. No more missed clock-ins, no-shows, and last-minute scheduling chaos. With Connect Team's auto-scheduling, your schedules practically fill themselves, handling conflicts and tracking availability while updating the right people about changes and keeping labor costs in check. But great schedules need more than just time slots. So add tasks, forms, and checklists that ease communication, making sure your team isn't just showing up, they're getting the job done. When your employees clock in and out, everything syncs automatically to their timesheets. So all the hours you spent matching times and fixing mistakes are yours again. When it's payroll time, simply export the timesheets to your accountant or payroll provider. And that's it. Ready to get hours of your day back? Go to connectteam.com and make it happen.
I'm a software engineer at Amazon, and I learned how to code on Udemy. I got 2 courses. They were both taught by Dr. Angela Yu. Without Udemy, I could not have gone from being an unemployed musician to a software engineer. It's crazy to think that that's possible, but I did that on Udemy.
Was amplified through his media appearances. He positioned himself as a man of action who was above political niceties, someone who would tell it like it is and get things done. His experience as a television personality on The Apprentice also contributed to this image. Reality TV taught Trump the importance of visuals, dramatic moments, and simple, memorable catchphrases. The show's format allowed him to portray himself as a decisive, commanding figure, traits that he carried over into his political career. By presenting himself as the ultimate authority figure on television, Trump created an image that his supporters found compelling, one that suggested he had the strength and confidence to lead the country. The visual elements of Trump's brand were also carefully crafted. His signature red "Make America Great Again" hats became a symbol of his movement, worn by supporters across the country. These hats were not just merchandise. They were a statement, a way for supporters to identify themselves and show their loyalty to Trump's message. The hats, rallies, and speeches all worked together to create a visual identity that was unmistakable, making Trump's brand instantly recognizable. Framing narratives and shaping public perception. A significant part of Trump's media strategy involved framing narratives in a way that suited his objectives. Rather than wait for the media to interpret events, he often presented his version of the story first. For instance, when controversies arose, Trump would frequently release his interpretation, accusing opponents of misconduct or presenting himself as the victim of a biased attack. By offering his narrative first, Trump shaped the public's initial impression, which can be crucial in forming lasting opinions. This tactic was particularly evident during the 2016 campaign, where Trump framed himself as the only candidate who could make America great again. His campaign slogan was more than just a phrase. It was a promise to restore a sense of American identity that he claimed had been eroded. This narrative spoke to a desire for stability and strength, appealing to those who felt their country was in decline. By framing himself as a savior figure, Trump effectively placed himself at the center of the conversation about America's future. Trump's use of framing also extended to his opponents. By repeatedly characterizing them in negative terms, he defined the public's perception of them before they had the chance to respond. This approach was particularly effective because it established a framework through which people viewed his opponent's actions and policies. Rather than debating policies on their own merits, Trump often shifted the conversation to focus on his opponent's character flaws, casting doubt on their intentions and credibility. The enduring impact of Trump's media tactics. Trump's media strategy did more than elevate his profile. It fundamentally changed how politicians interact with the media and the public. His approach has left a lasting impact on American politics, shifting the expectations for how leaders communicate with their audiences. His use of direct social media engagement, his embrace of controversy, and his ability to frame narratives have become a template for others looking to command attention in a crowded media landscape. The success of Trump's media strategy demonstrates that in the digital age, visibility and perception can be just as important as policy positions. By dominating the media, Trump kept himself in the public eye, shaping how people thought about him and his role in American politics. His tactics have set new precedents for political communication, illustrating that in an era of constant media coverage, a leader's image can be as powerful as their policies. As we move forward, the techniques Trump used to command attention will likely continue to influence political campaigns and media strategies. His ability to control the narrative, maintain a visible presence, and shape public perception has left a mark on American politics, offering a blueprint for others who wish to follow in his footsteps. Chapter 6: Language and Power: The Subtle Science of Persuasion. Donald Trump's communication style was simple yet remarkably effective, a calculated approach that harnessed the power of language to connect with a broad audience. At first glance, his rhetoric might seem unrefined or unsophisticated, but behind the blunt words lay a strategic use of language designed to captivate, influence, and rally people to his cause. This chapter explores the linguistic tactics Trump employed, shedding light on the persuasive power of simple, emotionally resonant communication. The power of simplicity. A key component of Trump's linguistic approach was the intentional use of simple, straightforward language. Unlike many politicians who often resort to complex rhetoric or policy-heavy jargon, Trump's language was refreshingly clear and direct. This choice wasn't accidental. It was a deliberate strategy to ensure that his message resonated with a diverse and often disillusioned audience. By avoiding words that felt elite or overly intellectual, Trump made his message accessible, creating a sense of connection with everyday Americans who had grown tired of traditional political discourse. The effectiveness of Trump's simplicity lay in its emotional appeal. Words like win, strong, and great carried an inherent positivity and strength that resonated deeply with people's aspirations. Conversely, terms like losers, weak, and disaster evoked feelings of disdain or fear, driving home the sense that urgent action was needed. By framing issues in stark, emotionally charged terms, Trump made his message relatable and impactful, especially to those who felt left behind or unheard. Emotionally charged messaging. Trump's rhetoric was heavy on emotion and light on detail, a hallmark of persuasive communication. Phrases like drain the swamp and make America great again were not just slogans. They were calls to action, packed with emotional significance. Drain the swamp conjured a vivid image of corruption and a broken system, while Make America Great Again evoked nostalgia for a past era of prosperity and strength. These phrases triggered an emotional response, making people feel that something had been taken from them and that Trump was the leader who could restore what had been lost. Emotionally charged language is powerful because it bypasses rational thought and appeals directly to people's feelings. Trump's speeches were full of such language, painting a picture of a country under siege and in desperate need of saving. Words like carnage, threat, and chaos made the dangers feel real and immediate, fostering a sense of urgency among his supporters. By framing the world in black and white terms, Trump simplified complex issues and presented himself as the strong, decisive leader who could bring about change. In addition to his rallying cries, Trump also used language to define his opponents in a negative light, referring to the media as fake news or labeling his political rivals with pejorative nicknames like Crooked Hillary or Lying Ted had a powerful psychological impact. These labels stuck because they were simple, memorable, and repeated often. By branding his opponents in this way, Trump not only undermined their credibility, but also gave his followers an easy way to dismiss any criticisms directed at him. The cognitive power of repetition. Repetition was another cornerstone of Trump's linguistic strategy. Psychological research has shown that repeated statements are more likely to be believed, even if they are initially viewed with skepticism. Trump instinctively understood this and made repetition a central feature of his communication. He would use the same phrases over and over in speeches, interviews, and on social media, reinforcing his message until it became ingrained in the minds of his audience. Take, for example, his repeated use of terms like build the wall and America first. By continually emphasizing these ideas, Trump ensured that his policy positions were not only memorable, but also difficult to ignore. The repetition created a sense of inevitability, as if his ideas were part of a larger, undeniable movement. Even when his statements were factually challenged, the sheer force of repetition made them feel credible to many people. Repetition also served to desensitize the public to his more controversial statements. By consistently using strong or polarizing language, Trump shifted the boundaries of acceptable political discourse. Statements that once would have been shocking became normalized through constant exposure. This tactic kept him in the news and ensured that his message was always part of the national conversation, defining reality through language. Trump's language not only conveyed his ideas, but also shaped how people perceived reality. By framing issues in a way that aligned with his narrative, he influenced how people understood and talked about key topics.
All right, y'all. So we're going to go ahead and jump into the Mammy rhetoric. All right. Want y'all to sit back and we're going to dissect from the Dark Psychology, the Divested Blk Woman. Now we're going to get into what she is trying for you to get and understand about the problem with the Mammy. Let's go.
Did you know that Black men are 80 times more likely to marry a Black woman more than any other race of men? Also, less than 1% of white, Asian, and Hispanic men currently have a Black wife. So, listen, I'm all for women expanding their options and finding the best man for the job. I'm all for that. But can we please be honest about what's actually going on? And this whole idea of, other races of men or non-Black men being more romantic, I don't know what's more romantic, being a side piece or being a girlfriend, or somebody committing to you in marriage. Personally, I think somebody committing to you in marriage is a lot more romantic. And all we got to do is look at the stats and see who is treating Black women the most romantically.
Hello, welcome to Reactions and Reviews. I'm your humble host, Eze. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed the show.
Oh, I hate him.
And in this episode, we're gonna talk about sisters. I get a lot of sisters that send me email.
Are you noticing? Maybe it's a good thing. Are you noticing that these Black males all have that Allen accent? Pay attention to that.
Tell me and ask me, what do I have against Black women? First of all, shout out to our sister Asha for sending me this clip. And after I watched this video,
that's another thing. Don't allow these Black males to call you sister. You are not their sister. That's nasty. People don't fuck their sister. People don't want to fuck their sister. People don't want to have babies with their sister. Okay, do not allow a Black male to refer you as a sister.
by our great sister, the Crimson Cure, I must say, this will explain why I started this channel. Let's get to it. Before we dive in and start breaking it down, I need your help. Take a second to subscribe. Some of you guys already know my YouTube channel is new and I'm trying to grow it. So please hit the like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit that bell to let you know every time I upload a new video.
What we're talking about right now is how Black women, specifically divestors, I'm specifically talking about the divestor group of Black women, how they do white supremacist dirty work. See, I've been doing the last two shows. I've been doing how you extinct a community or a group of people. And I've been pointing out how historically Black women have been participating in the various ways, specifically biologically, how they've been participating in basically annihilating the Black community. And this is just another aspect really of that that's really gotten some traction in the last couple of years or so. And that's the divestor group. And I'm going to show you something because this was sent to me. This link was sent to me. And I'm going to just share my screen. I'm just going to share my screen so y'all can see this ridiculousness right here. Take a look at what this says. This says, Redbubble bed winch. So this is like bed winch gear. Are y'all hearing that? This is bed winch gear, y'all. This says bleached, Queen of Hearts, colonized. Like this actually says colonized. Then if you look down here, this says no black boys. It's got a circle with a strike through of black boys. So we're saying no to black boys. Then this one says there's no Asian boys. Okay. Down here, these are like stickers or whatever, colonized. This one says white owned. This is a t-shirt that says white owned. This t-shirt says BLM in the streets, bed wench in the sheets. I love white boys. I don't know what this Queen of Heart is supposed to be because they're putting Queen Elizabeth on there. So I'm not exactly sure of the reference that's attempted to be made here. What's with the Queen of Hearts? It's probably something sick. But this is what I really want to concentrate on, not the Queen stuff, but this one right here, the BLM in the streets, bed wench in the sheets, the white owned, the bleached, the colonized, and then this one really got me. No black boys.
And let's be clear, I never bash black women. I don't bash women, period.
We don't care. Here's the thing. This goes back to the dark psychology of the divested woman. She knows how to trigger the mammy. She knows just how to trigger her. She knows what she loves. She knows her insecurities. She knows her wounds. Divested black woman got your card, mammy. That's what you don't realize. She got your card. She got your card. She got his card. But she don't got his card. She got your card. You are the one that she's striking at. You are the one that she is purposely hurting. It is you that she wants to destroy. See, mammy, what you don't understand is she knows this nigga down here, this ape down here, don't like you, don't care about you, that he's a good liar, a good deceiver. He hides, he smiles, and she knows what he is. And she knows that he uses you as his mule. She knows that. She knows that you are the one that he sends to infiltrate her channel. And that is why she attacks the most. You see? See, he's delusional. He's not going to believe that she's with a white guy, as we saw already. He's not going to believe that these women believe what they believe. But at the end of the day, she don't care about him. She doesn't fuck with him. He's not in her life. She don't give a fuck if he's hanging from a tree. But she know that you do. She know that you care when you look at images like this. She knows that it balls you up and makes you cry when you look at images like this. She knows that you are bothered, okay, when you see images like this. Yeah. She know that it bothers you to see images like this. She's striking at your psyche. She knows how much you praise your black son and disrespects and beats and abuse your black daughter. She knows that when your boyfriend fucks your daughter and gets her pregnant, you kick your daughter out. She knows that. She knows how much you love your precious black son. So she knows that you connect your black sons to the black male in yourself. So she is getting after you, Mammy. And the reason why he is taking his channel and using you, because he feel like this mammy is doing something. He feels like this mammy is helping do his dirty work to shut you down, to shut the mammy. He thinks you, the mammy, is going to shut down the voices of the zealot divested woman. But see, little did you know, it's not. Because she knows how to get to you. because she knows that you are the biggest problem in the Black community. She knows that you were a big part of slavery. Hence, you got the name Mammy. Let's go.
Okay? But this is the issue that I have, where sisters will come on my own channel, challenge me, send me nasty emails, but they don't say nothing to Black women that does stuff like this.
See? You see? I didn't even have to say it. Y'all get nasty with me. That's what he's saying. But you got this level of damn near triple K. Like, this can't even be illegal. What I see right here, and there's no way that there are Black women that did this and created this website. But I don't get the same, I don't get that same type of flack. They're clever, man. The Divested Zealots, they're clever, man.
This is a website created by a Black woman. How come there's no outrage? How come Black women are not going after the sisters that started this website?
You know why there's no outrage? Because a lot of people share the same sentiments. A lot of people don't want Black boys born anymore. And that's the part that hurts. That's the part the Black male does not want to see. He could be very delusional and want to walk into the light and be naive and shit more than what you realize.
But they'll send me email all day telling me how I'm promoting division between Black men and Black women. All I do on this channel is post what Black women say. That is it. I react to what you ladies post on social media. So don't attack me. I'm only showing you what you are posting. Then I give my opinion on it. That is all I do.
My opinion.
Let's get back to it.
And I just want y'all to see that for a second. I'm going to stop sharing because we have to talk about why, or how rather, Black women like to do white supremacist dirty work. Okay? Divester.
She's offended. She's appalled. She's triggered. She's feeling rage. But because of that brainwashing of goodness and religion, she can't lose her composure. And she can't say what she really, really wants to say. So she has to cross her arms and she has to tighten up her energy because she's uncomfortable. You see?
Divestment group is a hate group. The divestment group of Black women is a functioning, alive and well hate group.
But they told you that. The zealot divestors told you clearly, I hate Black men. I hate them motherfuckers. Okay? Don't make me find the clip.
And I don't care whether they ever get nationally recognized as such or not. The reality is that they are a hate group. And they may not ever get nationally recognized as the hate group that they are because of the target of their hatred. The target of their hatred is Black men. And so nobody cares what happens to Black men. See, Black men have always been the target of white supremacy anyway. So if there is a hate group that would deem to target specifically Black men and Black boys with hateful rhetoric targeted at them, nobody's gonna care. Which is why divestors get to be on all forms of social media and say things like get rid of Black male children, abort Black male babies, have have like what is it, little icons and little thumbnails and stuff like that, where there's a silhouette of a black man being hung and a black woman like swinging on the same tree, like she having fun. She don't care about what happened to him.
I have no issue with who you marry.
Oh, that one hurt you, didn't it, Mammy? I told y'all that. That picture of that girl, black girl, you can tell she's a black girl because her hair swinging, on that swing, and that black man hanging on that tree, and she don't give a shit. How much do you have to see to realize the zealot divestors hate black males and black boys? I want you to look at her energy. Look at her body language. Look at her facial expression. Look at her hands. Her feelings are hurt. Okay? This is the dark psychology of the divested black woman. Her feelings are hurt. See, what the black male gonna say is, well, I don't have a problem with people dating interracially. You can date who you want to date. But what I have a problem with is when you're advocating for the annihilation and the destruction of one race, which is the black male and the black boys. Because if you're saying you want the black boys gone, that means you don't want them born. See? Pay attention to what he's saying too, but notice who's the one who's more riled up and angry.
If you want to marry the green man, if you want to marry the purple man, I have no issue with that. The issue that I have, and this goes for black men, not just black women, this goes for black men as well. Marry who you want to marry, but don't degrade or look down or speak down on your own people just because you are married to someone that's non-black. Stop speaking negative of black women, and black women, stop speaking negative of black men when you marry outside our race.
He's male-centered because he's a male. The divestors don't give a fuck about what the black male does. They already know that he prefers to date outside his race. They could tell you in history. Nobody cares. Her aim is for women to get the fuck away from the mammy. Okay? Her aim is to stay away from mammy rhetoric. Stay away from the mammy monkey noise. Stay away from his monkey noise. That's what they want you to do. Because at the end of all of this, she hit her target. She struck her target. The zealot investor got the mammy angry. Okay? Because that's the one. That's her true target.
See, there's no website like this that black men own talking about how he colonized no black women, he's white owned and all of that type of stuff. No matter, I don't care if he passport bros. I don't care if he like white women. I don't care if he like polka dot women. I don't care if he like Thailand women. I don't care what kind of women he like. I have never ran up or been sent any website to the equivalent of that owned by black men or advertised by black men or talked about by black men or anything like that.
See, this is all y'all fault. Bad wench. Go suck a white man dick, you bitch. I remember all of it. I heard it all. Bad wench. Oh, you gonna fuck your colonizer and all this stuff. Remember the art of manipulation. So they used reverse psychology on that ass, didn't they? They said, you know what? I am a bad wench. BLM in the street. What? BLM in the streets, bad wench in the sheets. I don't really fuck with y'all niggas. I've infiltrated y'all niggas, but I don't really fuck with y'all monkeys. I don't fuck with y'all apes, y'all gorillas. This is how they talk. And that triggers you, doesn't it? This is what the zealot divestors are doing. They took the very thing that you said would colonize, right? So, colonize. Called them a bad wench. They said, bed wench, right? They use the reverse psychology on you, lovely. So much that y'all don't have no more words. And the divested black woman is so goddamn clever. She used the words of the KKK to get to you. She used the words of these people right here to get to you. She calls you darky, ape, gorilla, monkeys, N-words with the hard R. She called you sister with the hard R. She took everything in your black psyche from your black history and she used it to attack you. Okay? I gotta reset my audio. She used it to attack you. She used the very thing used. Okay? She used the very thing that y'all all talked about against you. That's the art of the manipulation. That's the dark psychology of her. Okay? Even though we all know what racism was in that time, even though we all know what interracial dating would be in that time, we all know that. But she don't give a fuck about you or your history so much that she gonna still use the very thing that even her ancestors got their ass beat with. Oof. How the fuck do you beat something like that? How do you win against somebody who takes this same goddamn thing against you? See, what happened is y'all don't have no words. Y'all just resort to religion, demon and devil and this and terrorist groups, and nobody's out there to help you. They know ain't nobody out there to help you because they know already nobody likes the black male and they don't want him here. He was supposed to have been annihilated. And the reason he didn't get annihilated is because the mammy stood in the way from that happening. Pay attention to how dude is responding versus how this mammy is responding. I want y'all to pay attention to that. Do you hear how retarded that sound? Do you see how she just made an excuse for someone who clearly, if you tell me that you want to go somewhere and you don't want to be here with me, that's where the hell you want to be. But if I can come back and still be with you, though I'm over there somewhere where I said I wanted to be, then I see you as a stupid, weak bitch that I can just toss around and act as my revolving door. That's what that means. And that's what the mammy is not understanding. She just made a whole excuse for a group of males who created an entire documentary saying, leave America and go get you a woman from another country, fly out of there, get you a woman that's more feminine, this and that. They told you wasn't feminine, baby. They told you was too masculine. But see, when women told you about the SW article, y'all was like, oh, you hate men, this and that, telling you what male semen do to you. Y'all didn't want to listen. So if you're coming off all masculine and aggressive and you're wearing hair weaves and makeup and you're doing all this stuff when you're fucking him, what does that say about his energy, ma'am? When you fuck him, the black male, you hate your skin and you hate how you look and you don't like yourself and you're jealous of every other woman of another race. What does that tell you about the male that you are receiving his semen from? You are getting the energy of what he really wants and likes. You're getting his insecurities and his jealousies and his hates. So if you were asking more masculine, that's telling you something about his energy. But y'all want to Brainwashing. Brainwashing, brainwashing. He ain't with you, American black bitch. Hello? He's going somewhere else. You're making an excuse. You're lying to yourself. He's not with you, Mammy. He's not walking hand in hand with you. He's not married. He's not with you, Mammy. And when he with you, he got 5 other women who are lighter skinned than you that he's with. He's not with you, Mammy. Just the delusion and excuses. Why does he have to keep telling you over and over and over that he doesn't have anything against the black woman? Why does he have to keep telling you that? Oh, is this his girlfriend? Okay. You understand what I'm saying? I need y'all to understand, and I need you to hear me very, very closely. Now, I want you to hear me very closely. The zealot divestors are going to win. Okay? How America what? Let's see another Mammy. Oh, okay. Now, if you notice, pay attention to this. We know that the Mammy is watching and listening. And another tactic that they do is they snatch up that old Mammy. You know, they go get the old Mammy to try to tell you something because she old and it make it seem like she wiser. And so this old Mammy is going to say, well, this is how the black woman is weaponized against the American black woman is weaponized against the American black man. But let's go ahead and listen to this foolishness. Why they always going back to slavery, everybody? That's what the zealot divestors are always talking about. Why the fuck y'all always keep going back there? It's like y'all can't just look at what it is right now. Y'all can't look at the choices that has been made. We can go back to the psychology of Trump, right? The phenomenal Trump, right? Trump is looking at what's going on right now. He is not going back into the 1950s, the 1800s of immigrants. He's going into right now. What are they doing now? I'm not trying to offend anybody here. Just hear me out. But that's Trump's target. What is going on right now with the Civil Rights Act, with transgenders, with the immigrants, with racism, with the woman, feminism? What's going on right now? He ain't going back into history. He said, this is the things we're going to do to make America great. Why is it the Mammy always got to take you back there? Why the Mammy always want to take you back here in these times? Why she keep doing that? Why she keep wanting you to go all the way back there when she wasn't even there? She wasn't even there. Why she want to tell you how something is systematic and how they do? Why she keep trying to make it seem like you the problem? Because she's going to make it seem like you're the problem. Trust me, I don't even have to listen to the rest of it to know what the fuck she's going to say. So we're going to go ahead and listen to this damn Mammy. Let's go. All while the black male abandoned you with that baby. All while the black male. See, this is what I want y'all to understand. I already know what the zealot divestors are going to say. All while he abandoned you, left you a single mother, left you putting yourself in a position to have to get help from the white man. Left you in a position where you had to get housing from the white man. Left you in a position that when he abused you, who's the cop that comes up? The white man. That's how he left you. And you want to talk about because you're nurturing and you're a mother? But what about what he didn't do for you, Mammy? I'm just saying. Why I got a feeling that this Mammy's friend is not with a black male? I just got a feeling. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Okay. Do you hear this bullshit? This is why I need y'all to understand that the zealot divestors know what they talking about. The mammy is dangerous. She's dangerous. You have all these women, black women, doing their thing, making things happen. And she wants to bring this rhetoric of she needs to have a Dusty by her side. She wants to bring this rhetoric of here's my friend and here's her life and here's what she has. She wants to bring this rhetoric by using words like systematic and the black woman and black male and all this kind of stuff. She's dangerous because nothing she talks about is the truth. There's no truth in anything that the mammy is saying. The mammy just wants to please the black male. She panders for the black male. She just wants the black male to love her. And as a zealot divested woman, you could give a fuck about anything from the black male. The dark psychology is she is going to drag this bitch to filth. She's going to drag the mammy to filth. It doesn't even matter because, see, this is the problem. Because you have women who are in this type of position, but she'll still marry a dusty ass nigga that she's raising and taking care of. Still showing you what the fuck is this shit? This is black love? This is the kind of males that you want by your side? This is what she's showing you. Because I'm going to tell you something. Because I'm going to have to take it here. A woman of another race won't do that. A non-black woman ain't going to do that. See, black, Hispanic, and Latin women will do that. They'll be successful women and be with a dusty man. Do you see how it works? But a non-black woman would never do this. She would not raise her life to a certain standard to go be with a bum. Hold on, y'all, commercial. Let me tell y'all something. Life is about independence. And everybody else's uses your leverage. And we don't study dark psychology books. We don't went to all of it. Robert Greene books, 48 Laws of all of these books. Life is about independence and self-sufficiency. Whether family or not, children or not, you have to be self-sufficient. No matter what life is, whether you're in a relationship or not, you have to be self-sufficient. Don't let anyone tell you that there's something wrong with being self-sufficient. Okay? Now, here again, this is why the mammy is dangerous. This woman is talking like she don't know the black community. This woman is talking like these women are not put in positions to why they have to become single mothers in the black community. I'm just saying. Okay. Let's get back to these images. Let me tell you something. Fuck the mammy. Fuck the mammy. Okay? This is the problem. This is a major problem in the community. We're not going to sit here and crazy make the divestors. That's what we're not going to do. I will stand up and I will say this. Do not sit here and make it seem like okay? Don't make it seem like they made up anything that's happened in this Black community. Do not sit here and do that. I'm going to tell you something, and y'all ain't going to like what I'm going to have to say. There's something that the divested zealot women know that you don't know. There's a reason, if we're going to say that it's systematic, if it is systematic, that the white male put the Black woman above the Black male. Because he had to not be shit in this patriarchy in order for anybody to put their women above them. Because it's not just the Black male, it's the Hispanic and Latin male too. He had to not be shit. The zealot divested Black woman knows that non-Black men want to be with them. They know that the non-Black men wants the Black woman to build their empire. The zealot divested woman knows that. See, that's the secret. So when these mammies be talking, and they be talking, because I'm going to keep it real with you, y'all. I don't be in these spaces. Okay? I don't be in these spaces. And most zealot divested women don't be in these spaces. Okay? She's not going to sit here, okay, and try to talk to these motherfuckers. She's not going to sit here. They're not going to go into these spaces. Okay? I saw a post. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'll look at that one later. They don't come into these spaces. Okay? They don't go into spaces with Black males. They don't go into spaces with mammies. And they don't go on their panels and talk to them and talk about why they're divested. They just divest. And as a divested Black woman, you just divest. When you go to work, you have to pretend. You have to play a role. You don't care what any other woman has to say about the Black male. You remain quiet. And depending on how divested you are, you might not want to fuck with them either. But when you work, you have to go to work, don't you? Right? We have to play a role at work, right? Here's another thing. Black males and mammies don't exist in their frequency, their realm, or their lives. When they turn on their screen, when they live their day-to-day life, when they read a book, when they're studying things, they don't exist. Don't care to hear mammies' discussions about Black males in the Black community and this and that. Don't care to listen to anything about slavery. Do not care. All right, I'm going to go ahead. I think I found my clip. My name, Black Man's Revenge. Let me tell you something. When I tell you In my real life, I ignore people. My partner's my goddamn witness. That's my witness. Now witness can tell you I don't talk to people. I don't say hi, hello. We get ignored. The only time any mammy or black male gets any contact with me is in my work life. Outside of that, I don't fuck with them. Outside of that, they don't get no hi, hello, and smiles from me. Okay? I am very mean. And it's not just them. I could see dusty. I see a lot of dusty white people too that I could tell fuck with niggas. I don't fuck with them either. I don't let them give me the what up and holler. I don't let them talk to me like that either. They get ignored too. Okay? Let's get to this video. I think I know what this one is. I love Kyra. Whoo! That was funny. I was live on that show. Okay. I was live on that show. I was trying to find the quote. I had watched it, and the woman had called in. She said, I just wanted to know, like, do y'all hate black men? You're like, hell yeah, I hate that motherfucker. I thought that shit had me crying. Oh my goodness, this has been a long presentation, guys. It has been. Oh man. Let's see this next post. Zoom in, zoom out, and my head is spinning. I read the text and was like, this motherfucker's dumb. Then I looked in the comments section, second pick. Is this the culture now? Is it true? In the culture, you can have more than one baby daddy for one baby? Help me out, family. My head is spinning. Anyway, we're just okay. He said, yes, I can. How you have any kids? Yes, I have one daughter. How about you? How many baby daddies do you have, if you don't mind me asking? I have one daughter. I understand that. Is she by the same father? I don't understand. Wow, she should have just blocked him. Second picture. I don't know how to get to a second picture. She should have just blocked him. Wow. 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 Okay, let's get back to my this. Okay. This is the thing. At the end of the day, no matter how systematic that the mammy wants to tell you that it is, who has built the system? Who runs this system? Who's in charge of this system? The white man. Who's the one that can say black woman's success, and besides she did it for herself, but who can put her on the forefront of her success? White man. Who in this system, who controls the system? Who says what happens in this system but the white male? Trump took away civil rights. Trump took away federal aid. Trump took away a lot of things. Trump took people out and called on ICE and sent them off across seas. Trump said, fuck the 14th Amendment. You gotta go first. Trump did all that and still did a White House Black History Month, showing that he is still in favor of the foundational Black Americans. And when I saw Trump's Black History Month celebration, I noticed that it was mostly Black women. Okay. Let's go look at that. Because Trump know who support him, and at the end of the day, Black males did vote for him, even though he's going to turn on them. Okay? Hold on. Let's go look at that. I'm going to put it on mute, call fair use on this. Make sure y'all can see it. There he is. Here are all the Black people. Here he comes through the door. Let's look at this celebration. Okay, they all look older. Tiger Woods got honored, of course. Tiger Woods, y'all. Tiger Woods, y'all. I was trying to see the actual party. Was there like a party? I guess that's not. At the what? Okay, JD doing his own thing. Oh, look at you. Look at this Black guy with his white baby in his arm. Gotta love it. His little white Asian baby. Look at that curly hair. Look like it could be his baby over here in the blue, right? Okay. So this is the event. All right. So let's see. Somebody said it was an insult. So I'm curious to why it was such an insult. Okay, because I was trying to see like the actual event. I guess it was him talking. I thought it was an actual like party, people talking and stuff like that, you know, mingling and stuff. All right, let's look a little bit more. Jamel, you didn't have to make that face when he said Tiger Woods. See? Okay. I mean, see, the zealot divestors, they're going to drag this, and I know they are, because they're going to say you're going to still give these people a chance in the White House, and they're still going to have a problem with it. It just doesn't matter. Like at this point, it's just like, who's ever done that? Who's ever had Black History Month in the White House? I mean, I think that's pretty cool. Y'all don't think that's cool? I do. I think that's a long way for Black History Month, to be celebrated in the White House, which is the White House is Black history because it was invented. It was created by the architecture of a Black slave. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just, they're pressed about DEI. I'm not a DEI hire, okay? I wouldn't want to be a DEI hire. You know what I'm saying? They're pressed about the Black History Month, but we know that every day is Black History. There shouldn't just be a month of celebrating Black history, because Black history is American history. That's why it's called foundational Black Americans. So then now there needs to be a new thing with how the foundational Black Americans are celebrated in America. Let's build something for that. Like everybody was complaining before? Y'all said that February was the shortest month of the year. So what's the problem? So the Black male is angry at the fact that he had a celebration of Black History Month, but he didn't have any Black males up there speaking about Black History Month? Who would you have liked to be up there, sir, to speak? Dr. Fuller? Would you have liked it to be, damn, most of them are dead now. Shit, most of the scholars are dead. I don't know. Who would you have liked to be up there to talk about Black History Month, sir? Sir, please say Black males have to live like that. Black women don't have to live like that. See, that's another thing too. All right, as the dark psychology of the of the divested Black woman. You are separated from the Black male. What goes on with him is what goes on with him. It don't go on with you. That's what the mammy don't like, because the mammy knows that. See, the mammy knows that the divested Black woman could be in a setting and be in a place, and that Black male could get his ass beat, shot, whatever, and she ain't gonna say a goddamn thing. She gonna turn her head. She gonna turn the other cheek, because it ain't gonna exist to her. And that's what the mammy is afraid of. That's what the mammy knows. See, the mammy is still a woman, just like the divested Black woman. We're all still women, right? The mammy knows that. The mammy knows that divested Black woman standing next to that non-Black male, if he fucks the Black man up, she ain't gonna do nothing about it. She knows her status in this world as a divested Black woman. Because as a divested Black woman, you see your status in this world and you see how Beckys respond to you. You see how Beckys are jealous. You know, the Beckys that fuck them, you can tell, or the apologist Beckys, you can tell that she has a problem with you. What he talking about, that's not what the Black woman goes through. That's what a mammy go through, but not a divested Black woman. Okay. He talking about fear. No, Black males, y'all have to live like that. Sir, when I went to go get a loan, it was a Black male standing across from me at the table, and he was not trying to give it to me. He was not trying to give it to me. It was a Black male that did that. When I walked out here, 2020, the police were cool. The police were fine. All the non-Black police officers was like, no problem, ma'am. But as soon as that I communicated with that Black police officer, attitude, nastiness, a problem. So let's not go there, sir. Let's not go there. Do not say Black people. Say the Dusty and the Mammy. Y'all are a separate breed from the zealot divested woman. The zealot divested Black woman knows that she can walk into spaces, do what she need to do, get what she need to get, and she ain't gonna have no problems. She ain't gonna go through nothing. That's the zealot divested Black woman. This is what they're missing. This is what they're missing. Okay. This is what they're missing. All right. At the end of it all, foundational Black American needs to be put as a race of people. If we're going to call ourselves foundational Black Americans, then put that on the application. And then are we Hispanic or, Caribbean mix, West Indian, East Indian, whatever. My thing is, I don't see nothing wrong with what Trump did. I think that was great. I've never seen anything like that before. I've never seen Black History Month celebrated in the White House. He still acknowledged Black people in America. He still did something very American. He acknowledged the Black people inside of a place by the architecture of a Black slave. I don't really get the problem and how it's an insult. Maybe this is something that should be done every year. Black History at the White House. My thing is, this is the problem that the Mammy has. It goes back to what this dude said. When we go outside, we Black people, no, sir, you. Would you believe me if I told you the experience of the divested Black woman is not the same as the Mammy or the Black male? Would you believe me if I told you that? Would you believe me if I told you that by the energy and the way that the divested Black woman carries herself, something innately will be known that she do not fuck with Black people and all Black males? And that's what the Mammy is afraid of. Because that's a very dark, dangerous mentality to have. If you're going to sit here and not identify with us, you're going to sit here and allow yourself to be separated from us, then what happens when the Black male gets shot? Are you going to care? No, you're not. What happens when he commits a crime? You're going to tell. What happens? Hold on, let me try to find something. Okay, that's not fair. Oh, that's how you do it. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I figured it out. That's how you do it. Okay. I done figured something out over here, okay? So, that is the problem. That is the issue that the Mammy has with the divested Black woman. Let me go ahead and show this picture of this Mammy. This is the issue that this Mammy has with the divested Black woman. See, divested Black woman, you could give a fuck, okay, about anything. She could give a fuck about anything that entails Black people. She can give a fuck about anything that definitely has to do with that Black male. No. Oh, I have done this slide before. Okay, I figured out how to do this thing. Listen, the Mammy knows she has to, it's kind of the same psychological game amongst the women in this divested game, okay, in this dark psychology of the divested Black woman. The Mammy knows that when it comes to the Black woman dating a non-Black male, right? If she has no love, no sympathy, no compassion, and no care for Black people, Black history, or anything Black, she knows that she's dangerous, right? She knows that she's even more dangerous because now the Black woman does not connect herself to anything that has anything to do with Black. It's so shady that if she calls you her sister, she calls you sister with a hard R, sister with a hard R, to disrespect you, to be shady towards you, to show she has no interest in you. Now, she don't give a damn about the names that you have called her. She has proudly wore that on her chest, that she is indeed a goddamn bedwench. Because see, the mammy knows that there is no protection for the Black male. The mammy knows that her little bit of pandering is keeping him alive, or keeping him some kind of protected that she can do. The mammy knows that. But the mammy also knows that the moment that the divested zealot movement, the moment that they rise up, and they can get all the younger divested women to their side, and that percentage of Black women that date outside their race jumps up to 80-90%, because it will. They know that the Black male is done. And she herself knows that she's done. Because she is the most afraid. She is afraid of the white male because the Black male has done a great job at making her afraid of the non-Black male. She believed that the non-Black male is going to do to her what he did in slavery, because she is very programmed and brainwashed by what the Black male has told her about the non-Black male or non-Black people. She's the most afraid. Black male don't care. Anything that can open the door for him to go be with another race of women, he's going to fucking do it regardless, and still claim he still loves Black women. That is the hypnosis that he continues to put the mammy under. That is the lie he continues to tell. You know how many Black males I have been around that date women outside their race that are non-Black? Do you know how many of them? But then they turn around and be like, yeah, but I really do love my sisters. I really do love Black women. But that's not what they really want to be with. I never allowed myself to be brainwashed like that. I just knew why I was always, I'd never, ever, ever attract a Black male who loves Black women. If a Black male loves Black women, he's not going to like me. Okay? But a Black male who dates outside of his race, me and him get along just fine. And that's just in the work world. I'll be like, you don't date Black women because you get along with me. Even outside of their race, or even if it's a Black woman who only dates Black males, they innately will not like me. Because I know myself. I know what kind of universal energy I carry when I walk out this door. And I've always noticed that pattern. But that's just me. It's not about me. But when you get to the Black divested woman, she is this. She is the Black KKK. Okay? Mein Kampf, whatever that book was that Hitler wrote. This is who she is. She will go out there in those white sheets and help him destroy the Black male and Black boys. She will help him. Okay? She will help him put whites only sign on that gate. She will help him. She will sit back and watch the Black male be hanged, lynched, abused. She'll be excited to hear stories of lynching still going on of Black males. Okay? Let me show y'all something. Y'all remember that time they had the males in Africa in slavery? Y'all remember that shit? I watched that shit. Let me find something. Hold on. Okay, this happened 4 years ago, but let's see what this is about. Hold on. It looked like it was an altercation, right? It looked like they were arguing or something, right? Okay, I see something interesting here. Hold on. I see something interesting here. Hold on, y'all. We get to her in a minute. Y'all saw the one with the afro? That's what my damn ocean. What's this? Oh, girl. Okay, what happened? No, that's what we're not doing. I want to see the actual footage. All right, but hold on. What this girl do? Oh, he was a black activist. See, I knew something was up with him. See, because it looked like it was a fight. It looked like an altercation or argument. Okay, it looks like it was a provoked fight. Why is he screaming and saying you with your 5 white friends? Why is he saying that? Professional victim. Why we need to hear his goddamn story? Why he manipulating shit so he can have his own little docu-series? Get the fuck out of here. He provoked that fight. Let me see. What is this? The baby mammy. The baby mammy. And that's why they said to the baby divestors, to the young divestors, that's who they want to go for. So that you won't be a groomed mammy, because you're groomed as a mammy. Okay? I know it was some shit, because I thought she was saying to lynch them, but I had to look again. Okay. Because I don't see the story, but I don't even need to watch it no more, because it just seems provoked. Yeah, guys, that one seemed very provoked. Because then why does this motherfucker got a whole docu-series about I was a little boy in Indiana? Like, why we need to see this? Okay. That was in North Carolina. This motherfucking name was Henry Peg Gilbert. I'm motherfucking dead. Lynched in his jail cell. Okay. 100 years. I don't know. Where is this fourth county since the Civil War. Where is this at? Oh, okay, this is Atlanta. Listen to me, y'all. If you're going to go back into Black history, if you're going to go back here, you're going to be sad. You're going to be emotional. You're going to get riled up. If you're going to take yourself back here, you're going to be filled with hate and rage. If you take yourself back here, again, this is Dark Psychology of the Divested. But if you look at today and you use the wisdom of what is going on today, you will understand why the divested Black woman says that the Black male and boys needs to be annihilated. You will understand why they stress to be with non-Black males. You will understand that. There's nothing wrong with what the divested zealots are doing. Nothing at all. Whether I agree or disagree with what they're saying, I get the point of what they're doing. I get the point of their agenda. I get the point of their message. These are the times that they are loving. These are the times that they have been waiting for. Because what happens is, just hear me out. What reason do you, because see, the thing is, what is Black history but the Black male? What is Black culture but the Black male? And that's the biggest brainwashing. We know that males have done a lot of things in history and women have done a lot of things. Depending on what direction you want to focus on, you can find it. But in Black culture, the Black male is the culture, not the woman, not the girl. And then, here's another thing. This is a patriarchy. What have the Black males done? What has the Black male built? And what businesses have they built that actually make sense that anybody needs? This is the very thing that the divested zealot Black woman wants you to understand. Well, I'll leave it there. It looked like it was getting good. And I think that's a good intro to the dark psychology of the zealot divestors or the divested Black woman. I think that was a good intro. Long ass show, but it's worth the time because I did a lot of presentations and everything like that. Video presentations and everything. I need to go copy me a little quick nap for the day. And then I got to get back up. Probably cop that nap for the next 2 hours and get back up. All right, y'all. It's been fun. Thanks for tuning in.